Well, hello everybody. How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Clap. Are you having a fun time? Clap. Are you gonna have a good fun time today? A good fun time today. Clap, clap. I guess I could actually clap there instead of just saying the word clap, but you know, that's how it is today. Today's weather, we just watched Dramaphone by Caravan Palace. Before that, we did Down Under by Men at Work. And then Devour by Shinedown. And if you somehow haven't realized it yet, every single song that we played this month began with a D. It was all D songs. I couldn't find songs that were, like, thematically appropriate, but I could just find songs that start with the letter D, so that's what we did. I'm gonna add that song to my music playlist. It's unfortunate because the, what was it? The album version, Dramaphone, was the one we did last. I showed the music video, because, one, the music video is pretty good. It's got some nice dancing in it. But also, the music video has a weird part where they do that thing where they stop the song to, like, add sound effects to play out the story that's happening in the music video, and if you're just listening to the audio, it doesn't make sense. The album version removes that, but it also removes the drum solo for some reason. For some reason, there's a drum solo that only exists in the music video version. And that's, like, one of my favorite parts. Joe is a ghost, I'm not a ghost. I am the sextuple CEO. I am 6 times more professional than every other CEO. Because I have 6 times the ties. It is very uncomfortable, I will say. It's kinda hot out, so wearing a long sleeve shirt is not great. But then having the 6 ties, like, really kinda like... You know, it's not too bad, but it's like I'm being choked by a really, really weak guy. Quick question from a guy who has a learner's permit. How the fuck do we allow humans to drive a death machine? Yeah, good question. I don't want to be that guy, but, you know, the answer to almost 90% of, like, why do we allow this dangerous thing? Why does life suck so much? Why is this thing that doesn't make sense allowed to happen? The answer is capitalism. The answer is we built an economy off big cars and paving roads and, like, places you could drive to, and so we designed our entire society around cars. And even though the top 3 killers of people in America is heart disease, cancer, and car crashes, we allow children to start driving cars at 16. Why do we allow people to carry weapons that make the pew-pew sound? You think you'll be able to make it to Masters? I think making it into Masters is reasonable. I'm not sure if making it higher is reasonable. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, a lot of people make money based on cars, and so even though cars are exceptionally dangerous, even though they're bad for the environment, they're exceptionally wasteful, and they've led to a lot of things like having suburban areas that are just housing with no places for, like, people to relax, no, like, third places, instead of having, like, a community built around mixed-use areas. Not having walkable cities so that people are incentivized to stay inside. Like, a lot of things like the loneliness epidemic, a lot of things like kids in general and, like, the younger generation just not getting enough exercise can be tied almost directly back to our love of cars. Which is, of course, like, it's not like, oh, we just all decided that cars were great. It's like, no, people with money and influence decided that we would build the country around cars. America is uniquely car required. Yeah, many European cities are more walkable. Because they existed for, like, 500 years before cars existed, right? Whereas, like, America was still kind of being built out, and I mean, America still, like, has tons and tons of wilderness. But it's just like every town built after, like, 1920 was built with cars in mind. It's much more difficult to go back. Had a great time this month. Yeah, this month was not too bad. I've heard people argue that cars should not require a driver's license. Cars should absolutely require a driver's license. I've been doing the event and I feel like a huge bully fighting children because the mane is down in gold. Yeah. Yeah, and we will get to, we've got the, if you're on the Patreon and you don't know, the vote is going on for next month's deck. Looks like Magnet Warriors is doing pretty good, but so is Art Mage. I haven't counted it up yet. Of course, I don't count it up. I'm not going to count it up until after the stream, and you have until then to change your answers if you want. We will be reading all of the arguments people have made for each thing, for each deck, but I want to wait a little bit longer for more people to get in here. Plus, there's been a rant brewing in my head, chat, and I have to get it out. And fortunately, it's not really a political rant, even though. Yeah, what was it? It's funny because this was something that I was thinking like independently, and then it became kind of like a cultural like discussion point, but not like for the same reasons that I thought it was. And so I just want to assure you that like I'm not going in the same place that you might think. You're the reason I play Gem Knights. Love the video. Gem Knights are great. But I want to talk about a recent video game that just came out, chat. Perhaps you have heard of it. It's called Pragmata. It's by Capcom. Getting pretty good reviews. Are most people kind of familiar with this game? I've heard of this, but haven't seen anything about it. Yeah. If you don't know, the basic core is, despite what it looks like, and I will give them credit for this artistically, the thing on the bottom is actually a guy, like a Marine in a suit, and the girl on top is an android. So you play as this old guy who is trying to stop a rampant AI in a space station, and like your Marine unit gets wiped out, and then you find an android girl who is going to help you fight. And it's got this very, what they call like a post-dad game. Kind of like God of War, kind of like the Walking Dead game, where you have this relationship of being a parent to a childlike figure. The dad simulator. Yeah, and there's a lot of talk about, the daughter, how well she's framed. She's got like an adult-looking face, but she's got a childlike body. She runs around bare feet or whatever. And I'm not going to touch on any of that, because I think the very premise itself, this is one of those games that as soon as well, granted, I haven't played a lot of post-dad games. Like, I haven't played the new God of War or whatever. But there's something about this that always bothered me, and it's the same thing that bothered me in, whatchamacallit, I want to say Heavy Rain, but that's a different David Cage game. Detroit: Become Human. Which is, one thing I hate about sci-fi is why would you make an android in the shape of a kid? Like, in the first place. It's something that shows up in a lot of sci-fi, and it's always bothered me. Because, for one, making an android that's human-shaped at all is just, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense in any context. Or like, if you do make them human-shaped, you do like they did in iRobot, right? Where like, they're vaguely human-shaped, but you would never ever in a million years confuse a robot or an android for a human. They make things look human, yeah. But that's like, in real life, every time you try to make a robot look human, people hate it. They don't like that shit. I believe in Detroit, Alice was meant to replace Todd's daughter. Yeah, but that's... okay. I know, like, from a game design standpoint, or from an artistic standpoint, why they would do it. But it's one of those things that breaks the narrative in such a way that I just can't... like, the world building to allow something like this to happen is what bothers me. Because androids are not cheap. They're exceptionally expensive. If you lived in a world where you could easily make whatever android you want and mass produce, or even if you mass produce them, you would have to make a custom one. Like, this is something that would cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Androids are humans, but they're just robots. Yeah. Just look at science fiction. The aliens just look human. Yeah, but oftentimes that's because of budgetary reasons, right? Like, in Star Trek, most of the aliens look human because they only had enough money for the set, so they just kind of like dress people up differently. Plus, especially in like early Star Trek, one of the big things they were going for was like, even though these are aliens from other planets, they're not too different from us. It's a fun, enjoyable game. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Companies make child androids so the player can feel bad and connect with the character. Yeah. I mean, that's why video game developers do it. But it's just, it's one of those things where, like, okay, you have to remember, an android, or any kind of robot is like a tool that is built in a factory that costs like tens of thousands of dollars. It is a very expensive thing. And you have to make something like that for a purpose. And if what you want is like let's say you're like, oh, we get androids and we can have them work in the mine. Why the fuck would you make an android that's shaped like a human? Humans are not adequately designed to work in a mine. If I was gonna make a robot that works in a mine, it would probably be on like 6 legs, so it's very like sturdy and doesn't fall over, so that it can crawl over things much more easily. It would probably have way more than 2 hands, and those hands would probably be like drills and pickaxes and hammers and shit. It would be ant-like. God sucked at his job. Could be a companion android? Yeah. She could be an expensive therapy bot. Yeah, and so that's the thing, right? Is like the only use case you can have for even like a humanoid android is like, well, if I want a servant in my house, someone who will cook for me and clean for me, they need to be human size so they can navigate human areas, and they need to be able to grab human tools, like the same stuff that I use to cook, they would need to cook. It's like, that makes sense, but then why would you spend the money giving them like artificial skin? Why would you give them a head with eyes, with 2 eyes, which severely limits where they could go? You know, that's why if you look at like a Boston Dynamics robot, it's just like a torso, and it has like a sensor thing in the middle that can see in all directions at all times. Giving something a face, like why does, don't even ignore the eyes, why does she have a nose? What possible purpose could a nose have? Or a mouth? She doesn't speak, she doesn't have lungs, she doesn't breathe. If you need oxygen to come in and out, there are more efficient ways to do that than a mouth. The voice that happens comes out of some kind of voice box. Astro Boy, but reverse gender. You'd make the Mr. Handies from Fallout. Exactly! That's such a great example. Fallout does like robots right, because like what is a robot? It's a nice friendly circle with a cool like British voice with 3 arms that floats that can activate things in any direction. I think it was Yahtzee, the game designer, who was like, if you were making androids to help you around the house, what you would probably want is like a dog with like 9 tentacles on its back, or like tendrils or whatever, so that it could just grab anything and everything, not just the human items, but also other items, and it wouldn't need to have a head or shoulders or toes, or even like regular feet. Human looks weird without eyebrows, somewhat. Fallout also has robots that are biomechanical. Only in Fallout 4, and that doesn't count. By then, it was just a cynical cash grab, and they completely fucked the lore. The tendril dog would go hard. The story explains it in Pragmata. That was why I had to make a rant about this, right? Because normally what happens is when I'm curious about something like this, and I'm not going to play the game, I'm just looking up like, okay, from a lore reason, why did they build an android that looks flawlessly human and give it all like the human qualities and everything? Because it doesn't feel like any purpose. And everything I got was like, well, the developers wanted something you can connect with. Like, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking in the lore of the story. What's the reason? I think you should play the game before arguing the character designs. And the other thing, right, like, maybe this wouldn't bother me as much if the guy, like, found her and was like, why would anyone do this? Or more accurately, see it and be horrified. You want spoiler? I'm not sure if the rest of chat wants spoiler is the thing. Because, like, okay, even if you go with the most innocent explanation that, like, someone's child died and they made an android to replace them. That's horrific. That's like a nightmare thing. Like, if your wife died and you just made a robot of her to replace it, it's like, that robot's not her. You're not coping, buddy. She's gone. You need to move on. Replicating a robot of someone, like, you've seen those people who make, like, AIs of their, like, dead relatives so they can ask them questions? Like, to me, there is nothing more like, oh, you don't see people as people. People are just a collection of things. Either that, or you're so utterly desperate to get any kind of connection that you're, like, unable to cope with it. In which case, someone should stop you. Digital neuromancy, yeah. But not only that, the thing about, at least the thing to me, and granted, I'm not a parent, I don't know what it's like to have kids, but my motivation to have kids is not to have, like, a puppy, right? Like, I don't want a kid that will be a kid forever. The hope is that they will grow up and become, like, a person. Like a full grown-up person who then can take all my knowledge and experience and grow on it and be like a better person than I was. Having a robot daughter means having a kid who is forever stuck as a kid. The rubber could easily be disguised as human to bypass security? Possibly. It's like people spending money to clone their pets who pass away. I think it's pretty dumb to complain about something without knowing the full context. Trying to think, do I need to know the entire story to just see that, like, this is ridiculous on the face of it? Maybe it's for parents who want their kids to always be cute in that age. Yeah, how many spoilers is the context is the thing. Vampiric children are scary. Yeah. Every story about, like, child vampires treats them with the horror that is. Why'd the post say the last DDD? Isn't there another week in April? There is, but we do 6 streams. And today is the 6th. Yeah, that's the one unfortunate thing I didn't think of, because the reason why I decided to come on here and talk about this in stream was because I was curious to see, now that I've laid out all my arguments, is there someone who's played the game who can let me know, like, did they find some way to thread the needle? Do they even, like, address this? Like, is it something where they just find, oh, she's designed after the android creator's daughter who died in a car crash or whatever, And instead of going like, oh, he was a monster, that's horrific, they're just like, oh, he loved his daughter so much. What about a vampire android? What about a cybernetic clone of a ghost sent back in time and then turned into a robot? Vampire meets android. A vandroid. That reminds me of the vampires, which were the vampire cars that would suck the fluids out of other cars. Any fans of vampires in the audience? But yeah, I was hoping, like, hopefully, if you're on the Discord or whatever, or if you have me on Blue Sky, you know, you can send me like a private message or whatever. If there's a way to explain this, because I haven't been able to find it by searching on Google, I would love to hear the argument. But I feel like 90% of the standard arguments are very stupid. How do you feel about Castlevanias? I haven't really played any. I played the first Castlevania. I think you played the opening for us one time, yeah. Because the opening was done by the bassist from The Who for some reason. The only android I like is the one in my pocket. Yeah, like the only time because that's what gets me, I think, is like the only android I know of in fiction that's handled well is Data from Star Trek. And even in the very first season, they spend a whole lot of stuff talking about, like, why he was created, what purpose he could serve, what kind of existential things his existence says about life. And he's also, like, a unique project made by someone who is, like, admittedly, like everyone else talks about them, as a madman who wanted to be like a modern-day Frankenstein and create synthetic life. No one really likes that guy. The androids and aliens are very confusing, yeah. It's weird because Alien, the franchise, in a lot of ways, like, really goes out of its way to make sure, like, everything was, maybe not realistic. I forget the word. I think it's verisimilitude. It makes sense within the setting. There's a really good, maybe I'm getting this confused with Blade Runner, but I seem to remember, like, when they were doing the set design for Aliens, there was, like, people and they're like, oh, and we'll put a bunch of buttons and lights and stuff here on the spaceship. And the director had to be like, why are you putting those there? And they're like, well, it looks science fiction-y. He's like, but what do the buttons do? I don't want you to put something here unless you know what it does, even if they don't use it. The set design should be purposeful. It should be built to look like something that, like, could actually exist. But then they just have, like, realistic androids. For no reason. Or I guess the reason is so they could have a plot twist. SONT? I'm not familiar with that. What's that acronym? People don't want the answers to those questions or ask them, yeah. And I mean, to be fair, you know, there's a lot of... It's really going to depend from person to person. You know, this is one of those things that bothers me, but I could see someone else just being like, I don't care. I don't care about the design. Symphony of the Night. Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't played Symphony of the Night. I heard it's really good. I heard most of the Game Boy games that were kind of based off that vibe were pretty good. Lies of P is also an amazing game where you play as an android. Yeah. Lies of P didn't bother me though because, well, one, it's clearly like an allegory for Pinocchio, who was like trying to be a real boy and it's set in this very fantastical environment with like magic in it. It's what I guess what bothers me at the core of everything is the indummification of sci-fi. Using just like sci-fi as an aesthetic without thought. When it's like, it always felt like to me the purpose of sci-fi was like the world building. It was to look into the future and see what might be. And it's like, yeah, you can have science fantasy stuff like Star Wars. Star Wars doesn't bother me too much because it like doesn't take itself super seriously. It's like trying to be really like fantastical and unrealistic. But just the art style, I guess, of Pragmata specifically, everything about it makes it seem like, oh, it's wearing the skin of like a hard sci-fi concept, while either not putting the effort in at all or obfuscating it. At least their droids don't look like people, yeah. It's really weird because you like almost every sci-fi story that deals with like humanoid androids, whether it's like the replicants in Blade Runner or the androids in fucking Tech War of all things, it almost always has to deal with this fact of like, oh, they look human, they can blend in with humans, and it's like, then why would you make them like that? They do in Detroit Become Human, they have like, oh, a little red dot on the side of their face. It's like, that could be easily covered up. I don't know why, I don't know why you give androids skin. Androids don't need skin. What about the Terminators? Exactly. The answer is always sex sells, yeah. And that's where it comes, like, you know, I didn't want to wade into that area of things. But I can at least say I understand why people are skeptical, because at least in my mind, I'm like, I can't think of any practical purpose for building, like, a child android. Even if I'm trying to be innocent about it. And if you're not being innocent about it, like, there is a reason, and it's not good. I would love an android replica of myself. I'd have to look at myself every day. Maybe if you were like super attractive or something, I could see you wanting an android replica of yourself. Again, I think it's much better to have the dog with like the 6 arms. Alicia Vikander in Ex Machina. Yeah. Well, she was also treated as, like, you know, the guy who made her was a mad scientist who should not have done that. But that was like, that's the difference between good sci-fi and just, like, making your shit a robot. Honestly, I wonder if they could have just reskinned it and, like, made it fine. Like, I said at the very beginning, I was like, I like the idea in Pragmata that, like, the big, bulky, robot-looking guy is actually a human in a suit, while the person who looks like a human is a robot. That's a nice subversion of expectations. But honestly, they could have avoided all of this if they just did the opposite. If they just, like, made it so that you played as a robot and had the, an actual, like, girl, because then you couldn't say anything like weird about it, like kids just exist, she got trapped on the space station, you could still have the bond and it wouldn't be creepy because you're a robot. Either that or I'm trying to think of like, what if you turned Pragmata into a fantasy story? What would that be? It would probably be like, you have a big knight in armor, and instead of like an android, it's like some kind of like elf or like a sprite or a pixie or something that you're protecting. And she could still have like the naive innocence about her because she's like a fae creature that got trapped in our world. And instead of an AI, it's just like a rampant sorcerer or something. What if the big guy in the mech was also a child? Now that would be a twist. Everyone's kid. You were a kid the whole time. He's like Shazam. He like claps his hands. Okay. With that out of the way, let's real quick read the why. Let me see if I can get this open. You lose the AI versus real theming. Ah, do they actually, like, do that? Okay. So if you don't know, chat, we're voting for what next month's ladder climb is, which takes place in 3 parts. And I always like to go over this just in case you're like new or you don't know or you want to know how this happens. Maybe you want to join the Patreon. So last week I pinged all the $10 patrons and said you can each request a deck. You can put 1 deck option. If someone already has your deck, that's fine. Just you could throw your support behind that or you can suggest something else. A few days after people had that, I opened up the Make Your Case thread. Argue why people should choose either your deck, or if someone already chose the deck you want, you can just make a case for that deck. You can make a case for multiple decks. You don't have to just pick yours, but make any kind of argument. And then today, we had the vote thread. And we do what's called approval voting, which is you don't have to pick just one deck you like. Instead, you get to put... We assign every deck a, whatchamacallit, an emote. And then you can just put all the emotes you like. So you don't have to choose, like, yours over someone else's. You could just vote for whichever ones you like. And whoever has the most consensus between all of those that are on the most people's lists are the ones that, like, most people would be fine with seeing, even if it's not necessarily their favorite. I saw that T-Rex, yeah. And then I'm going to read this off because people don't read the explanations. So we're going to real quick give the explanations. If you already voted, you still have a chance to change your vote. Until I go in and lock them in, you're free to alter whatever you want. Okay, so Mono Crown says, I don't know much about RB, and because it's an overlooked archetype, it would be a neat ladder climb. From what I've heard, it's a capable deck, and it's also got a big punch OTK style, which would be a change of pace from the last couple decks that were rather convo heavy. For aesthetics, I could see advertisement like in the TCG stream where their archetype was first revealed. I haven't seen that, I'd have to look at it. I would just get like some Transformers or whatever. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I want to see Joe in an inflatable T-Rex. I'd have to look at how much those are, but I could probably get something like that. And if not that, there's the fishy grabby arms with the T-Rex head, so many things work. This is for Dinomorphia, by the way. Also, it's a pretty neat gimmick. Also, I was gonna put an Art Mage, but I was beat to the punch, but I'll send this about Art Mage. Art Mage is so cool. Yeah, I said this in a, masochist episode. Joe thinks they're cool. I am once again petitioning for Archmage, as is my right as the most passionate Archmage player in the Discord. Finmel is an incredible piece of interaction, being a repeatable droplet on legs. Littera gives the deck insane grind game, bringing back any Archmage card with a summon effect, and reborning an Archmage by returning itself to the hand, letting you summon it from the grave again. The only interaction lock is the field spell, which specifically does not lock the extra deck, leaving tons of options. The deck works really well with K9 and is probably the strongest engine in Master Duel right now. Joe can dress up like Bob Ross and do an impression during the rank ups. Every time we get a kill, we can say we beat the devil out of our opponent. Joe thinks they're neat. I feel like we should wait for the last Archmage support. That's not me saying that, I'm reading someone in chat. I've argued for Valmonica before and will do so again with the help of Cat Monarch. It's a versatile deck with the flexible plays. Pairs well with level 4s or Fiendsmith. Pen deck that doesn't need to pendulum summon. The scales just exist so you have 15 copies and it counts as controlling a Valmatica monster for your trap cards because reasons. Strong but minimalistic end boards. Doesn't need to play heavily into Fua or C to end on Change of Heart, Destruction Protection, 2 to 3 Compulse plus MST plus Imperm. Easy access to Underworld Goddess. Can OTK without huge problems. All of the support is here and the deck is fun. The only problem? No proper one-card combos. Basically a tight-knit deck that is flexible enough that can slap in other engines to use stuff like the Man deck that came before this. Lots of options with Valmatica. Why Dragon Ruler? It's not a very splashable deck, but is a very unique playstyle. But the new cards are generally very cool and fun to use, making your mighty dragons feel unstoppable. 7 is an extremely good level to be in Master Duel due to many prominent rank 7s banned elsewhere being legal, as well as being able to fit in a solid amount of non-engine that, if you so desire, can even draw off the mighty Super Rejuvenation, creating a fun beat face mid-range strategy where you get the inherent satisfaction of summoning cards with cool names like Disaster, Dragon Ruler of all Apocalypses. Lunalight. Pros. Tiger is limited in the TCG but unlimited in Master Duel. The cards are pretty. Animate deck. We have a new Towers. And it's good at synergizing with cards like Nibiru because it says only Lunalight effects can touch it. Hardleg can wear some theater masks. Big number go burr. You can't go wrong with big number burr. Furries. Cons. Super linear. Also furries. As always, I don't have much to offer on Old Gate Guardian, but it is a big bungler with a thrice negate that can potentially pair well with other fusion decks, and I think that would be fun to watch Joe play. I did not give a suggestion this time, but I like to throw my weight behind Archmage. It is a very diverse archetype with a lot of ways to build the deck, essentially being the new and far more interesting branded type of deck, where many different archetypes tie together around Mr. Archmage as the new Fallen of Albaz. The deck looks like a ton of fun, and Joe himself has said he hopes it gets picked at some point because he likes people really throwing me out there. Rockets! The new support makes playing pure viable. The new boss monster is great because it can't be tributed, it's a spell speed 4 negate. Has the ability to push through K9 Vanquish Soul as long as they don't open Shifter. Access to a lot of other engines, including Dragon Maids, Bestial, Chaos Dragons, 10 quintillion years for Habakiri. Silver Rocket is an extra deck rip that summons another rocket in the end phase. In Archetype Red Reboot, as long as you control a rocket or Boral. They are dragons. They are guns. They are dragons that are guns. Fun outfits. Bandit Keith, triple barrel is basically a long Boral. Alucard from Hellsing. Dante, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Vash the Stampede. Basically what you're saying is get a red trench coat. Get a red trench coat and I can be all of these people. Other props, a fake blunderbuss, which is called a dragon. It's not too expensive. And then some pre-show do dragon songs and bullet songs and songs about shooting. At this end, he's talking about Valmanica. There's also a wide variety of text that you don't necessarily see everywhere, such as Reborn Tengu, Spooky Dogwood, and World Lance. Angel/Devil skits for Joe. Yeah, I could have the Angel Devil on my shoulder. I never understood the DMC comparison. He's got guns. Anyway, my main pick is Ursarctic. Only deck to use Dark Synchro Summoning, where you subtract the levels. The monsters are all quick effects, except for one. Space Mecha Bears is cool as hell. Simple but effective toolbox. MST, Book of Moon, DD Crow, Icarus Attack, Call the Haunted, and everyone's favorite skill drain. Can be played going first or second, plays well with kaijus and dangers due to leaving high levels. Doesn't have an in-archetype normal summon. I had to list 7 reasons for thematic purposes because Ursarctic is all around 7s. Also, my birthday is in May. That'd be a neat thing for me. I think it's neat and versatile and just a goofy time. It'd be neat to see, and we even have an account which starts as a lower rank now. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, it's Ursarctics we would play on the Jankmas account, which will be back down in bronze. So, you know, if you want me to suffer through bronze with one of the worst decks in Yu-Gi-Oh!, Earth's Arctic's probably the way to go. I'm honestly kind of curious how far they can make it. Dead Pulse Gaming, thank you for the Prime hype. Rescue Ace. Why? Because Rescue Ace is cool. It's not as strong as it once was, and also fairly balanced, and that has a lot of wacky things you can do with it. Personally, I think it'd be really interesting to see if we can take some cards of today and get them to work with the cards of yesterday. Yami, thank you for the gifted sub. Magnet Warrior. Why? How do they work? Who cares? Magnets have a funny built-in floodgate guy that changes the attribute of everything on the board to Earth. This stops exactly Fiend Smith, so you do not have to waste Ash trying to stop that. The deck has no locks at all, pairs well with other rocks like Adamancipator or Megalith or Kwaki Miru. It's an excuse to play Block Dragon, as the fusions specifically call for a high-level rock. Magnet Warriors don't need a normal summon, so if we choose, we could pivot to playing Barrier Statue of the Drought or Fossil Dyna. Did I mention it pairs well with rocks? Magnets give an excuse to run Fossil Fusion out of retirement, as Magnet Bonding can shuffle back banished rocks for Fossil or for rock fusions. Magnets can be an excuse to play Oops All Engines, that was big recently. You know, Sky Striker, Ryziel, Fiendsmith, Mitsu Magnet Pile from Hell. The new Magna Warrior can steal monsters if they're Earth, which we can force them to be. TLDR, the deck has a lot of options on what it can do, and I find it to be pretty neat. The Kitchen Gun, I do have a lot of, like, non-gun guns. Why should you vote for Sky Strikers? Because it's in your best interest to get your preferred archetype picked. For you see, I have a proposal. You vote Sky Striker, and I vote for an archetype of your choice. Game theory-wise, it's equivalent. Yeah, Uber Super Sloth is doing this thing where he's like, if you tell him that you're voting for Sky Striker, specifically to help him, then you can also request any deck, and he will put his vote in for that. I'm not sure game theory-wise if that has a chance of actually succeeding. I feel like he would always be outnumbered, but I guess if he gets, like, everyone in on it, then, like, all the other votes will be split, whereas everyone else will vote for Sky Striker. As for a less sleazy politician reason, they're flexible, and they make a lot of decisions, in opposed to just blindly doing the same combo. Yeah, it's got a toolbox. A game theory. Reasons to pick Cool Tune. Awesome art. True. Varied decision depending on cards in hand, what opponent has, and possible extra deck plays. Joe is already very musically inclined, so why not a musical archetype again? The pack also contains RB, which opens that up for a later ladder climb without breaking the bank. This is yet to be fully released in the TCG, so it'll be good peak for any paper players. It would be fun to play the best deck again. I haven't done that in a while. But a lot of people don't like that. Reasons to play Dinomorphia. The neat gimmick involves having your life points, essentially, so you can play chicken with your opponent. Having your life points opens the door to literally playing chicken game. Rexstrom can be a nasty dude, as he prevents all activated card effects if their life points if their attack is higher than your life points. You lock your opponent out of monster effects unless they're on Lava Golems, Kaijus, or Makanko / Ubel. Master Duel has Miskit 3, which is unique to Master Duel. Playing Dinomorphia opens the door to adding more dinos, which is surprisingly cheap as the main deck stuff is SR outside of the coolest guys like Pankratops and Ultimate Conductor. I'll extend the same offer as Uber Super Sloth for anyone who votes for Rocket. Tachyons. Cool space dragons, plus we get to redo an old ladder climb. Rank 8 plays for a variety of boards, including Tachyon OTK with Galaxy Satellite. You can access Light and Darkness Dragon. Can be mixed with Horus Galaxy or Photon stuff. With Dark Magician of Destruction now in the game, you can use any decent engine with any high-level spellcaster that searches a spell to incorporate DM fusions into your board, in addition to rank 8s. If you use the Shining Sark engine, you can make drag Luxion from starting with Dark Magician Girl and have Gaze ready to use for Master of Chaos that leads to another rank 8 or Dragoon. Yeah, I don't know what half of those cards are, but you can do that, apparently. Mitsurugi can work well in this deck, being able to get out a level 8 monster. The new Draco Tails, if you want to go for a variant that uses Secretarion Dragon. Due to dragon typing, can be mixed with other dragon archetypes like Bestial. Funny counter trap that negates everything in the chain. Very powerful against Yummy and Radiant Typhoon. Also good against Cool Tune, even if they can see your hand. True, that would be nice for Cool Tune to be like, Synchro, activate the Synchro monster, activate 2 cards in graveyard, and then you just like counter trap, negate all of that, and shuffle it into the deck. Due to the naming of Tachyon and Photon Dragons, you can go for a physics science look. And finally, dinos. Because dinos are fun. Joe already did Galaxy Eyes and he hated it. Yeah, they've added a lot more support since then, though. I would not be opposed to Tachyon. I don't think I would be opposed to any of these. These could all be fun in their own, like it's either Art Mage, like you're playing Art Mage and it's like a decent rogue deck to see how that does. Or you're playing Cool Tune, and I get to learn the deck from the inside, which makes it a lot easier to face it myself in the future. Same thing with Magnet Warrior, or RB. These are like rogue decks that would be fun. But even if we play something like Tachyon or Sarctic, then we just go to the Jankmas account, and I'm like genuinely curious if decks like these can work their way up into Master. So there you go. You have all the information you could need. Go now, vote on your phones, and we'll see what we got. Oh, I should real quick, actually. Was there anything that didn't get an argument for it? Heroes. No, someone suggested Heroes. No one gave an argument for Heroes. They did just get new support. The new support gives them more variety. Because the builds haven't solidified yet, I've seen at least 3 different builds, so it wouldn't be as like linear as previous iterations of Hero. Rescue Ace, Rocket, Sky Striker, Spellcaster, good stuff. This was Mari's deck. This is like Magistus along with Invoked, along with Azamina White Forest, along with what's the Witchcrafters. All of these things now bleed into each other because Magistus kind of like links between them. And there's a whole bunch of different builds. This is something that like probably start on the Jankmas account just because like I want to try like pure what's it called? Magistus as like a really bad archetype, but also can be mixed with like Azamina White Forest with Magistus stuff in it is like rogue viable. Slopcaster. I'll just keep calling it that. I think it would be neat. There's nothing on here that I'm kind of like, except for maybe Gate Guardian. I feel like there's not a lot I can do with Gate Guardian. But I'll still do it. Okay. Oh, I should get Ladder Climb. What's your favorite? I don't think there's like a single favorite. Yeah, I played a little bit over the weekend, but I mostly lost games. Yeah. Things have not been looking good for the old DDD deck. Yep, 4 duels, lost 3. Yeah, and that was with the all extenders version. So we'll see. It's going to be tough climbing today. I made a Twitch during the weekend. I'm trying to battle other Master Duel streamers. Are you game for that? No. That's not something I do. My content is completely different. I don't really, like, duel a bunch of people. Also, if you make a... Well... Yeah, I don't want to be mean, but also if you're starting out Twitch, and you want, like, if you're trying to, like, grow yourself, it helps if you have, like, a simple but memorable name. Being 67 Capped Jax 2015. That's gonna be hard. Like, it's long, it's hard to type in, it's got a bunch of random-ish numbers. You need something that's just like a word. Like a single word, or like two, or like if you want to be just be Captain Jax. If Captain Jax is taken, try putting like a 1 in the eye of Captain Jax or whatever, you know? Would you say the ladder climbs is easier early in the month or later? There doesn't seem to be a consistency to it. Because like early in the month, you do have more competitive people, but also if there's a new deck, people are worse with it. People are sloppy because a lot of them are like just trying to go. They surrender faster. And then, like, in the middle of the month, it kind of slows down, it gets a little bit easier, and then at the end, it kind of picks up again, because there's a lot of people trying to get into another rank before the end of the month. There's people who do specifically wait. Classic bot scammer name with no streams and 2 followers. Yeah, I mean, I try not to be mean to people who do stuff like that, because they are, like... I like to assume that they're just kids who are trying to learn how things work. Yeah, their name has 2015 in it, so they're probably 11. And I think a lot of them, they have this impression that, like... A streamer is just like a person at school that you can walk up and approach, and not like a person doing a job who has usually some kind of itinerary, like a list of things that they want to do, and won't derail it to help a complete stranger. Especially when it's like, if you see the first time chatter and it's like the first thing you're doing is asking a question, it really does feel like, oh, you don't know who I am. You've never bothered to actually, like, watch the stream or connect with the community. You just realized you wanted something, and now you're trying to get something from people. It's a tough thing, and it's hard to do because it can feel disingenuous, but if you want to, like, be able as a smaller streamer to get collaborations with other people, or a smaller YouTuber, it really helps to be in comment sections and commenting things that aren't asking for collaborations. You know, if you're in the comments and you're just saying like, and don't just go in there and be like, nice video, thumbs up, good job. Like, show that you watched the video, ask a question, make a remark, make a joke. Do something that, like, if you're, like, imagine that person is, like, your friend. Like, what would you say to your friend about that? And if you do a lot of that, then, like, when you come up, you'll be like, hey, I started my own channel recently. They'll be like, oh yeah, I know you. You make all the funny jokes or whatever. Yeah, I could be that. I could come on. You have to be like a person, yeah. You should show us your campaign code. I should not. If there's people who need campaign codes, you know, what was it? If anyone in chat has a campaign code that hasn't been used yet, post that in the chat. Because I've already got, like, everything. I don't need anything. Give it to someone who needs it. You're inviting people to try way too hard to be funny at public figures, though. What is a campaign code? I have it, yeah. And do not use mine. But if you go to friends, rookie and returner mutual follow campaign. Check campaign code. You have this code. If you give this to someone who either does not have a Master Duel account or someone who has not played theirs in 30 days, they put in the code and both of you will get a Sprite starter deck. As well as a Sprite Elf sleeve. If you can get 2 people to do that, then you both get copies of, you just get copies of, a Sprite Sprint and a couple other, like, staple cards. And then you get additional ones if those people make it to, Bronze 4. Like, if they join and actually play enough games to get somewhere, you get some bonus cards. And some bonus gems and stuff. I'm showing it now, yeah, but I'm telling people not to use it. I'm not writing it in chat. But yeah, if you're on Master Duel and you have that, and you haven't had anyone claim it yet, feel free to put it in chat. And if there's anyone in chat who just hasn't played Master Duel in 30 days and would like to get a free deck, go ahead and do that. You don't have to, like, play. You can just log on, get it, and then if you're ever going to play again in the future, go for it. Sprite is a good deck for beginners, very much so. Spent a weekend getting campaign rewards for myself, just making like 9 accounts. I assume most people here are players. You would be surprised. Okay. Question is, do we want to change this up a little bit? I'm just going to take one of those out because it's the lesser used ones. It's better for, like, if I can draw off of Maxi or a Charmy and get to this. Then it'll be good. Hey, Hardleg. Hey, Blue Giant. Yeah, you know, we'll do an actual poll here real quick. Do you play Master Duel? Yes. All the time. We'll do yes every week. Less than once a week. Used to. Don't anymore. Never. Vote now on your phones. I'm curious if, like, you're a regular player, if, like, I log on from time to time, I played when it started, but I haven't in months, or I've never played it. Has Master Duel been laggy for anyone lately? Not really. I'm not played in 30 days. Where's my phone? I've been playing a lot lately. I only play when there's an event going on. I mean, there's mostly an event going on. Well, yes, every week so far has 60% of the vote. Honestly, kind of surprising. A lot of the comments I seem to get are from people who do not play or haven't played in a while. I get a lot of comments from, like, oh, I haven't played in months and months, or, you know, I couldn't get into it, but then I saw this ladder climb and I decided to try whatever deck. Is there an unfortunately yes button? Sleeping to Hardleg videos. Thank you for the prime hype. I'm glad my videos can be that for someone. Personally, I sleep to mostly Grimbeard videos. Grimbeard, Accursed Farms, Modular, Every once in a while, dungeon chill. I'm tired of dual triangles, man. What a name. You're welcome. Yep, there's one person who finally voted never. Which is 2% of the overall vote, because there's 106 people here, but... Well, we got about 50%. That's better than normal. Usually only about a third of people interact with polls. I sleep sometimes while you stream because it's in the middle of the night and you wake me up after an hour. Honestly, have been so much happier since I stopped playing. I like speculating, but playing the game brings the worst out of me. Understandable. Is there a reason for you to not collab with other YouTubers that play Yu-Gi-Oh? I do. I mean, I've collabed with them in the past. But, the big thing about it, at least to me, is that, like, it's hard for me to offer... Like, a lot of people are like, oh, you should do this thing with, like, Joseph, or, like, MBT and Farfa and DZeef. And it's like... The Wonky Quartet already does like 4 videos a week on each other's channels. They don't have a whole lot of extra time to dedicate. And even if they did, why would they come to my channel? Because they're all like way past 100,000 subscribers and I'm still like languishing down in like 70K. They all have like teams of editors with like assistants and everything and people to make their thumbnails. I still mostly do, like, it's me and like Mr. Metal and Mr. Nova. And even then, like, fill in the jank is something I had to do. The dual, what was it? Genesis Apocalypse was something I had to do. Sleeping to Hardleg videos, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in chat. Plus, aren't 3 of the Wonky Quartet fathers? I don't know if DZeef is a father. I know that Farfa and MBT are. It's weird to think of that too, because you've been at this for almost 10 years. Yeah, don't remind me. It's the unfortunate thing is that even though I am I like to believe I'm famous enough in the Yu-Gi-Oh community that like most people have heard of me. You know, I've been in videos with Farfa and with MBT, and I would love to work with a lot of them, but I'm just not on their level. I don't have the amount of professionalism that they have, and it's like, you know, what can I offer them? Like, oh hey, you want to come to like this much smaller channel where you're probably not going to gain like any new followers or fans or anything. Also, I can't like afford to pay you or anything. I hope Phil in the Jank continues. Phil in the Jank is very fun. Like, there's no like practical reason, and like when I was doing a Master Cube or like deck build challenge, most of the time a lot of Yu-Gi tubers will come on smaller channels if it's like a one-off thing. But I've had people tell me like, oh, you should do Fill in the Jank but with like Farfa, Distant Coder, and DZeef. And it's like, I can't convince all 4 of them to come onto my podunk channel and spend like 2 hours a week working on content that isn't going to give them any more subscribers and isn't going to generate them any money. Like, at the end of the day, like, you know, this is a job, and the fact is, like, my channel is not popular enough or successful enough to be worth them spending that much time and effort. They can come on for like one-offs or whatever. But the other thing, at least that I noticed, was that, you know, early on when I did one-offs, like if I had like rank 10 on my channel or I had duologs on my channel, that used to give me a huge boost. But like I had Genesis Apocalypse and I was like, okay, having Joseph back on, he very graciously agreed to do that series. I honestly wasn't expecting him to, but what was it? His motivation there was, well, one, I do think that Joseph does kind of like hanging out with me. He's like, any excuse to do a fun series with Hardleg, but also he really likes Genesis and he wants Genesis to succeed. So if he's like, if anyone, even a moderately successful channel, is going to be making Genesis content, I want to be there to advertise it, to show people Genesis can be fun. So he had a motivation there. Astral128, thank you for the Prime hype. But when I made that series, I was expecting it to do big numbers because MBT's face often does. But it didn't really. Even the very first episode, and the first episode always does better than any of the other episodes, is like at 30,000 views, which is like better than a Masochist episode, but not as good as a Ladder Climb even. And then it kind of trailed off from there. I saw a small boost. I got like 50 extra subs or whatever, people who hadn't heard of me before. But the thing is, because I've been here for 10 years, like, people who are fans of Farfa or DZ, they already know who I am. They've just decided that I'm like the Max C guy or the Yugi Poop art gallery guy, and they're not interested. Or they're like, oh, he makes like 3-hour-long videos. I don't have time for that. I'm a shorts watcher. Juan Solo, thank you for the Prime hype. Fart. Thank you. It will one day. Hopefully I see you dueling with Sam from Team Samurai X or Distant Coder. Genesis isn't that popular. It's not. We were trying to make that popular. I've been using the hype feature in your videos. I don't even know what the hype feature does. I don't understand people who can't watch a video longer than 20 minutes, but that's, yeah. I mean, I love really, really long videos. That's most of what I watch on YouTube. But that's the thing, is like, I'm the exception. I'm making content, and that's the thing. Like, all of this that I'm saying, this is all in response to a question. I'm not complaining that my channel isn't popular, because my channel is extremely popular considering the niche that I'm in. Right? It's like, the fact of the matter is, only about 20% of people, like 1/5 of people, are interested in like long-form videos. So by focusing on that, I've just already locked myself out of ever being like one of the most popular channels. If I wanted to be Team Samurai X, I would be putting out 15, 20-minute videos. I would be putting out a new short every single day. But I don't want to be that. That's not the kind of content I like. And so it's not something I would be good at making. I fell asleep to the ladder climb. My wife says, is that the top hat guy again? Yeah. What's the longest YouTube video you've ever watched, Joe? Fuck, you're gonna make me look, and I was about to start Yu-Gi-Oh-ing, and now I gotta look this up real quick. I think it's got to be Quentin Reviews, right? I couldn't watch the Beverly Hillbillies thing. It was probably, yeah, I think I watched his Victorious video. For some reason, I didn't grow up with that show. I didn't find it particularly investing. But just hearing about, like, you know, that video's like 8 hours long. So it's just all the different, all the behind the scenes stuff and all the, like, adjacent media. Something about the way he tells stories is just very engaging. Your videos are basically short form. You're the best Yugi-tuber I watch. Well, I appreciate it. Although... Oh, is this longer? Yeah, it's, Pyro Cynical of all people. I remember when he was a drama channel. And I was like, not interested. But then he started making these like 4-hour long, 8-hour long video essays about video games. Like, I've watched his Darkwood review and his Fear and Hunger review. Those are both like 8.5 hours long. Shame Quentin is a dickhead. Is he? I thought he retired. It's weird. He's one of those people, like, he used to make like almost daily videos, and then he stopped and started making this really long form content, and then he made a second channel where he streams and just does daily videos over there. Is Master Duel hard on beginners? It's extremely hard on beginners. The learning curve for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is crazy. And there's Sean Skull. He does like political videos. I don't think his quite get up that long. Yeah. I mean, he's got some long ones. He's got the video on like dropping the bomb on Hiroshima, which is like 2 hours long. Yeah, I will say he's not the longest ones, but his also are like the videos that have changed my life, like changed my perspective on reality. That and the bell curve are extremely eye-opening. Would recommend. In fact, here you go. Learn about history and science. Is there anyone else that probably has long videos? No, I think it's just those two. So probably like 8 hours is the longest video I've watched, but I didn't watch it in like one sitting. Usually it was multiple sittings. Oh wait, what's his name? Fuck, Crimson Rogue? Is that it? Josh Strife Hayes. There's a 3-day long video. I haven't seen that one from him. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. Crimson Rogue takes the cake. He's got a 9-hour video. I just watched this not too long ago, or finished it. Remember that video you played once about the 100-hour skating competition? Yeah. That's only like an hour long, I think. But yeah, Crimson Rogue does book reviews. He talks about really bad books, but he'll like... He'll go in such depth. Let me see if I can... Just to show real quick. So like he's got, you can see on the thumbnail there, he's got a book and he cuts post-it notes into strips and he color codes them for like different things, like this is an inaccuracy within the plot, this is like a grammatical error of some kind, this is like characters being inconsistency, this is like they got something like a scientific fact or something wrong. So he's got them split up and you can just see some of these books. He just fills them with note after note. And I will say, the books like, or videos like these are insanely inspiring to me. I get asked sometimes, like, who are your biggest inspirations? And the people that inspire me are the people who make a lot of money while also releasing, like, absolute dog shit. Because it's like, I'll read this, I'll be like, fuck, my book is better than that. Those view counts, too. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing about long videos, right? Is the view counts get kind of inflated because people come back to rewatch them. Or to watch parts of them over and over again. If I release a book and someone makes a 7-hour long video on it, I will cry. The full Morrowind playthrough, ah. It's not about quality, it's about producing mass slop. Yeah, stuff with mass appeal. Yeah, I will say, what was it? What's my longest video? I think I did a supercut of the entire season of Chaos Draft Season 3 while I was on, like, vacation. There's no way to sort by length, though. That's why I've been getting into clipping. I'm like, damn, I could be editing better than some of these people. Yeah, I guess I will take this moment while we're here. If you like long videos and or you're curious what kind of book I would write, my audiobook, The Legend of Lefty, you can listen to it up on the channel, at least the first 2 parts. Which I'm thinking of going back and like renaming these like Book 1 and Book 2. Because they are extremely long. I am working currently on part 3. The Legend of Lefty is very good. It's, so far, I haven't gotten any comments from people who are like, yeah, I listened to the whole thing and I hated it. People either bounce off the first chapter or they love it. These are books in their own right. You gotta get a Lefty old blue emote. I do. I'm not sure when people would use it, but I should get one. Can I sort by... No, there's no for longest. Oh, there we go. Chaos Draft Season 4, the complete series, 28 hours long. If you want a supercut to last you the entire day and then some, there you go. That's my longest video. But these are my longest, like, not supercut videos. If you want to hear me reading a book for a combined, 16 hours, there you go. A book that I wrote, by the way. With zero AI. If you rename them, people are going to look very confused at the end of book 2. You should do a yearly supercut of your ladder climb videos. Well, I mean, that was the experiment, right? Was all of Chaos Draft in one thing, but that video didn't do very well. Zero AI. I do not use it in the plotting or the writing or anything. Okay, go ahead and fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Let's get this party started, shall we? How long did it take to upload? Like 9 hours. And here we are, shareholders. Dawn of the final day. We have one more stream to get into Master, and it's not looking good. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and while I did play some duels, I mostly lost, unfortunately, and that was even with the new version of the deck. That being said, I do still think that oh, okay. Damn it. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and while I did play a few duels over the weekend, they didn't go very well. I lost a lot more than I won, and I was worried about D ranking, so I didn't play much further. And that was with us going back to the old version of the deck that worked so well, the all extenders. I still think this is the superior way to play the deck. I'm going to try it again. I did make one small change though, which I removed one copy of Dominus Impulse. I do think this card is really good. I do think it's worth playing in this format, but because it locks you, I decided to only put it down to 2. It's much more useful as something that you draw off of like a Charmy or a Max C than it is to like have something consistently in your opening hand. So we're gonna try this out. maybe we'll change things up a little bit. There are some consistency tools, like maybe I don't need Defense Soldier, maybe I don't need Orthos, and I could put in something like one of the other Charmies, like a Perulia or something like that. I'm still not quite sure about Kali Yuga. It hasn't been as useful as I would like. So we may change things up, but honestly, it just kind of feels like we're turning a corner in terms of power creep. Maybe I should save this for the end of the video, but it really does feel like we finally come into the future that tier limit format kind of promised. The decks that have 0 turn plays that don't really die to max C, specifically because if you do that, they can just wait and play on your turn, out of the hand. They don't really need to set up a field. And that used to be almost exclusive to tier limit. There was a little bit of that with Rescue Ace, but that was never what they were good at. But now that you have Cool Tune, K9, Vanquish Soul, Draco Tail, all of these decks that can play with these 0 turn plays, it feels almost like the one card starter revolution that we had like a couple years ago, where there's just this divide between a deck that can play on the 0th turn and decks that can't. And as good as this is, as great as it is, being a combo deck with so many one card starters, that's simply not enough anymore. You need to also have this additional thing if you want to be competitive. I'm still going to try to get up in Master, go as far as we can. We'll probably be going late today, but it feels like we're just a little bit behind the curve. I guess we'll find out though. Let's jump on the ladder and see what we got. 132. Dawn of Stream 6 plus deck discussion. D. Yeah, the one, what was it? I think there's been exactly one time when Kali Yuga was good. And that was, I made a board, like a half board under something, and they managed to mostly break through it, but they left me with like a Count Surveyor and a Doom Queen on the field because they didn't do anything. And then I was able to just like overlay them, turn off everything, blow up all their back row, and no? Check. Echoey. How's that? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I unplugged the microphone and plugged it back in and it worked. There was like a static cutout. Yeah, this mic might be on its last legs. Please do make sure you let me know if that happens again. What was the last thing you heard, chat? I believe I was talking about like the one time Kali Yuga was useful. Was like, I made a half board under Fuelos, and then they played through my couple disruptions, and they managed to clear off a lot of my stuff, but I still had Machinex and Count Surveyor, and so I just overlaid this, Pendulum summoned 2 4s, made like King Caesar into Divisor. And that was like the one case. The other thing I could replace it with is like Brightest Armageddon or Darkest Armageddon. Yummy doesn't play on turn 0? No. But Yummy's not one of the best decks. Not anymore. It's like if you are still a okay, you can still be a combo deck, But if you are, you have to be able to do cold fusion like Yumi or Mitsurugi. And even with all their power level, they're not good enough on their own unless you mix them together. I wonder, is the one replay I won? Yeah, real quick. To get my confidence up. The one duel I won was a pretty good one. I selected going first. I got a Balatro-ass hand into Fuelos. Versus Darth Vader. Vader? No, Vador. Going into Azuna. Gilgamesh. Fortunately, they just decided to take the Gilgamesh. Ragnarok, since they activate from the hand. Halisu. Halisu Steel, unfortunate. Trigger her, blow that up. Make myself 4, make Siegfried, make Machinax. So, first turn, they end with Halisu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in hand. But I have Ragnarok, I have a Machinax, I have Siegfried, and I have Headhunt. I'm going to start by trying to steal, and I decide I've got to use the Headhunt there. Deny them a 5. They activate the second Fuelos. Get a Raisin. Raisin activates. We will Divisor. They try to go back, and I go, no, no, no. Ragnarok to negate. They get to keep it. Go Lantern. Lantern summon this. And I just steal again. I cannot allow you to have 2 5s, good sir. But they will have 2 5s regardless. They go for Ripper. But I haven't activated anything in the hand or graveyard, so they can't really do a whole lot. They're trying to go bigger, so I used Siegfried on the force release. That triggers the Machinax to blow up that. Gives them a draw, but now they have nothing. And then they have to go into Typhon. Bounce back the Machinax. And yeah, they're too reliant on normal summoning things or me activating cards in the hand or graveyard. They never got to like the field spell with Vanquish Soul. Bounce that back, make Gilgamesh again. Get those 2 so we can Pendulum Summon everything. Banish to banish. And that's all we need, baby. Easy clap. Slurp.mp4. Yeah, let me go get another water and then we'll start the actual duels. Would you ever do a recap like this for the ladder climb? I'm not sure what you mean. Alright. I'm not gonna rank down if I lose this, so I'm not doing terribly, and I get to win the coin toss. I do enjoy going first. We got this. Okay, okay. Pretty good hand. Just activate Foolos. Let's normal summon Kepler. Do the Keppel step. Veiler. Unfortunate. Activate Surveyor. Maxi. Yep, we just gotta play into it and hope. All the hand traps in Hand Trap City, trapping it up like you wouldn't believe. Ash. Yep, we just gotta pretend like it doesn't exist. A lot of these are one-ofs. We got another Veiler. The third hand crap is crazy. Only one. Fuck. Yeah, that's still fine. We're going crazy style. Ragnarok. Then we use this. We can bounce back the Mach-N X. Activate Mach-N X. Get Ghost Ogred. No? Okay. Yeah, I have to do it like this. Oh, I only have one. Fuck. That's a problem. Win by deck out. There is no way I can summon 28 more times. Okay, I think I could still do this. Yeah, I think I have to do... No, I've already summoned everything. Hey, guess what? Take 1,000. I didn't make a silly song when I summoned Solomon. I did not. Yeah, I need to actually get rid of this. They're like, okay, enough of that. Yeah, I'll stop that. Does Lupus do anything on its own? I don't know how much we cared about Typhon. If I hadn't done that, then my Mach and X would be off. And that's about to be my only form of disruption, really. No Nibiru, at least. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's fine, chat. They've only got 20 cards in hand. Can't they just Typhon on their turn? Yeah. Also, I just realized I turned off, Oh no, I can still use Wave High. Kashtira? Sure. You want to mill a couple? Yeah, if they Typhon on their turn, they just turn off everything. That I do need to stop. Like, hey, you want to mill 3 more of yourself? Go right ahead. You have Kashtiras left? Unicorn. Birth. Azuna, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Azuna. I can't stop ones that are already face up. Fuck. Huh. Yep, I need a synchro. Yeah, we go for Siegfried. Oh, and it didn't trigger Oblivion. Yeah, if we can make it to our turn, we have the materials now for the quadruple D. Assuming they don't just banish this. Flare metal. Cause it's the tax man. Yeah, it's the tax man. Nash Knight. Fuck. How many cards are left in deck? For them, 10. For me, 28. Jax. Have you heard of Jax? He is really good. He lives in the circus with his friends and eats some food. Then he goes to school. Kane has packed his lunch. He eats lots of carrots. He's a rabbit. Munch, munch, munch. Then Jax, he sees me, because I am there. I look quite like him, but I am red with spiky hair. Just in time, buddy. What does Jax do? Hand or graveyard? Oh, I'm like, how come I can't do the thing? Yeah, I think I just died of this, unfortunately. Too many effects. And there go all my fusions. Yeah. Well, I tried to fight against Maxi, but you lose the Maxi challenge. Yep, no Vanquish Soul. Canine Cash Tira. Cash! And now if I lose a rank, I lose a duel, I lose a rank. I get to go first again, but the last time that happened, they Max'd me! I cannot beat the Maxi. I do have one starter and something that stops Maxi. And my opponent's a fake bowler, so, you know, what are the chances? Perulia. Yeah, I have to. I still die to Ash, so if they have Ash too, then I'm like, am mega ultra screwed. But like, if I let them resolve, then they draw into Perulia. And they've got something else. Is it just a maxi? You summon from the hand maybe once. I summon from the hand a lot. I have like 4 cards that special summon out of the hand. It's how I make extenders. In fact, yeah, we go with this. Okay. If they ash there, we're not totally dead. Just mostly dead. Yeah, I mean, at this case, we just hope that this is enough. What's with all the cached heroes? I look at the top 5. Not a single one of among them, so they can banish whatever. It doesn't really affect me. Oh, I guess Orthos is a one of. Just get rid of another Scale Surveyor. Boy, you think the max, or you think the Imperm's gonna help you here, buddy? I don't have a monster to negate. Thanks for the free tuner. I will take 1,000. No, we don't want to summon this. Because then I'll have an Imperm target and I won't be able to search. We want... We want Scale Surveyor. Because if this is sent to the graveyard or added... Yeah. Droll. Okay, but that's everything. I think we're still good. We don't get to draw off of this. But if we use this and we discard the Surveyor, then the Surveyor will bounce back the Queen, and we can activate the Queen to get the other one. We'll get to look at the top 5 again. Well, there's a one of they could take. Grok, which DDD card is best to banish? I mean, they did pick the right one. Okay, so we activate this. Since it was activated this turn, we can put the dark contract with the scared doggo. We can activate the scared doggo to pop the Doom Queen. Summon out of the deck. Let's go for Copernicus. Copernicus, send a card to the graveyard, please. Get in permed. Nope, okay. Necro Slime. Then we're going to Lance Soldier, destroy this. That'll trigger the Machinex in the extra deck. That's a non-targeting destruction. So I think I could just get rid of the back row now, and then I don't have to worry about anything. Oh, it's preparations. Okay, so they were even more screwed than they thought. Yeah. So we make this level 4. And then we just go wave high. Into King Tell. Into Surrender. Okay, we don't rank down this time. Huzzahs all around. Yeah, so that's Duel 112 versus Kashtira. It's another Kashtira K9. The fuck? I thought this was a fluke. Is this a thing? It's one of those, I'd only have 2 nickels, but it's still weird that it happened twice, you know? Okay. Now we're going first. I like to go first. I can play the cards on field and hope they aren't the worst. Then I'll summon things. They will be the best. You don't know this stuff because you never wear a vest. Fuck. Why do they have a red line? If it's a goddamn Maxi again, I'm going to be upset. I'm so upset I'm turning into Ray Romano. Okay. We ain't dead yet. Kill me again, I ain't dead yet. Boom-ba-dum-ba-chomp. Yeah, I think we go for this one. And just be like, I already got it. Okay. Peruli, I assume? No? What was it? They had the things. Could have just been lag. True. Ghost Bell in Haunted Mansion. To who? Okay. What we're actually going to do, because we have this in hand, 78% if you get Wise King Solomon. Wise King Solomon, he is number one. If you summon him, you have a good time. It is fun. Alright, Izuna. Azuna send Lupus. Lupus summon back. Lupus go to into things with hard attacks. Kanash Knight. I mean, that does suck. Literally. Okay. If that's the case, then we count Surveyor. We send this. We summon. We grab a Scale Surveyor. Yeah. I already had a Scale Surveyor. I'm dumb! I can add something from... Okay, I don't need to do that yet. Garugamesh. Yeah, we still go for this. And this. Special summon. No, not yet. Ragnarok. Yeah, I think what we do is Chainlink 1 Scale Surveyor, targeting the Oblivion. Chainlink 2 Oblivion, summon back the Tuner. So we can get the effect of summoning off of this, and then get it out of the scale so that we can put our other Scale Surveyor, since it's a lot 9. And now we can summon the 8s. And then we just gotta hope that they don't have Nibiru here. We use this to become level 4. I'm going to go ahead and banish you. So I can get my shit back. Thank you. Now we've got the ability to go into Clovis. Clovis effect, bring back Lance Soldier. Then we get to Siegfried. Something tells me attack mode. I don't know why. And it's just this thing, right? Add a pendulum. Unfortunately, that doesn't help me. We don't have a way to get to the fusions. Okay. I'm going to activate this. I'm going to pop the Machinex. Then we're going to pendulum summon you, you, and you. Second pendulum summon. Then we're going to make Kali Yuga using the 2 level 8s. Not because we actually want its effect, but just because, now we can make a bigger Duodon. Or, I'm sorry, not a Duodon. That was the Duodon. We can make a bigger one of those. And then we'll turn these two into this. I have been screwed over by them attacking into this with, like, set 8,000. Okay, and we'll save that. But I do like the protection of, if they do this, we can get into a fusion, and then a fusion will allow us to make the quadruple D next turn. Sure. No wave high is unfortunate. Yeah, they stopped us from getting to the fusion. I maybe could have done something to get to it. But then I would have been locked out of making this. I don't know why I'm so scared. It's fear of the unknown. They could have anything. Yeah, like, I could have searched Necro Slime instead of the second Surveyor, but that would only get me... No, that would get me into that. But then I'd be locked and I wouldn't be able to summon the 8s. So I wouldn't have this or this. It was probably more worth it, but I think we're still pretty fine. Yeah, and we already know how this goes. They try to tag out. And then we go, no, no, no. You shan't be tagging out today, good sir. I will banish you and you. So, no tagging that out. Destroy a card? No, I'll just detach. So I slurp that up. They get to search. Yeah, they can Halisu. But then if they activate the Halisu, I can steal from them. So an even trade. Surely we win? I wouldn't say surely. But we definitely have a good chance. Special summon a Vanquished Soul from the deck. Ooh, and they've already got the Jiaolong, but they... Yeah, we go ahead and take this. It forces them to put everything into one guy. Oh yeah, I could pop it and chain Queen. Good point. So they get the Xiaolong. I will destroy a card. They'll get to summon out of the deck. Yeah, Mad Love is where they would go, but I still have the Spell Trap negate. And all they have in their hand is 2 dark, so they can't activate a lot of the Vanquished Soul effects. And they've already used their normal summon. We eat all their monsters. The hunger of the CEO knows no bounds. Simply look at my many ties and you will observe that I can't be sated by one. Yeah, they can make me lose 500. Yeah, we get rid of the 5. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. Hopefully they didn't draw into anything good. Yeah, it's summoned out of the extra deck. Pendulums in the extra deck are in the extra deck, if you didn't know. So we know they got a Borger they can't use, a Mad Love they can't use, and 1 mystery card that they just drew off of Fua. And I have the negate for this. And yeah, I ain't gonna allow you to do that. Now, if the top deck was Forbidden Droplet, it doesn't appear to be. Monster with the lowest defense, yeah. That is one good thing. Now that I have this here, even if they drew into an Earth, the only thing that can bounce back to my hand is Machinex. Is it pure Vanquish Soul? No, they were playing a K9 package. So they could have easily drawn into an Earth. Most of the K9s are Earth, I believe. Yep, Typhon. What are they bouncing back? The Machinex? Yeah. Makes sense. Now run over the Gilgamesh, it'll be funny. No, they're going for that. Okay. Count Surveyor. No, I don't want to use any of these effects. Do I have a way to get into the fusions? I do, I think. No, I don't. Wait, yes I do! Activate Count Surveyor. Grab this. We get... Oh, I can't... I always forget this doesn't search everything. It just searches a lot of things. That's fine. I still think that's more than enough. What's in the extra deck? Nothing really. Can both of these activate this effect? No. Yeah, I'm kind of screwed here, unfortunately. Yep, I shouldn't have searched this. I should have searched something else. Yeah, like we could make this, but it doesn't do anything. Fuck. Why did we summon zero attack? I thought I had another Gilgamesh left, or I thought I could make both of these level 4s. I'm like, either way, I'm good. I'll make 2 level 4s, and if not, I'll make a Gilgamesh. Yeah, if you're curious what I thought, because I always forget that this is... I think this is when this is summoned at a DD monster, and I forgot it has to have 0 attack or defense. Oh. Putting the Doom Queen back. I appreciate it. So what I thought I'd do is, like, get this, discard to add, or summon this in order to add the Swirl Slime, and then banish the guy out of the graveyard to add one from my extra deck, and then use that to make the Alfred. And then just Alfred into the quadruple D. Time limit win! Time limit win! They thought it was a sin, but they didn't get to begin, 'cause time limit win. 'Cause I'm saved by the bell. Yeah, they did spend a lot of time thinking on their turn. Mr. Magoo rating with a party of 6. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're doing well. The Bonfire Covenant. Time to get good. How was your stream? Sounds like you've been playing Dark Souls. We were yesterday. I am just winning all the coin tosses today. I am extremely fortunate. I just gotta hope I can use this to rank my way up into master. Yeah. Lots of starters. Go ahead and toss that out. No response. Normal summon Kepler. If they have an Ash, hopefully they use it here. Howdy, Top Hat Man. Hello, Angry Weasel. I like your face, thanks. I made it myself. Okay, we're Veilered. That's fine-ish. You fucking what? Delta. Yeah, I have to Ash that. I just have to be aware that any future spell can be delta'd. Fortunately, this doesn't add, like, this, like, places it from the deck, so it's fine. Limited card, yep. Limited card. You know, for fun. Yeah, I have to do fucking this, which sucks shit, but at least it gets me a couple things. Garugamesh. And they just Veiler again. Yep, Veiler, Ash, Max C, Delta. Ah, they didn't activate the effect to play around the divisor. And now they chain block. Yeah, I mean, I might as well. Another one. Huh. Weird. They decided to banish the ash and give me pendulum scales? I mean, they're probably just gonna win here, so it doesn't matter. B2B. Exclamation mark lurk. I don't know what that would do on the bot. We don't have bots here. When you have a bot do a job, you take away that job from a human. You could just ask the chat. What does exclamation mark lurk usually do? My neighbor has a very loud car. A very loud car indeed. Bop 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 bop. Lunalight. It makes it so they still get channel points. Ah, I can't do that. Shouldn't I be able to droll here? Ah, there we go. Did they just spend all their time outside revving their engines or something? It feels like it. Why is this, like, hurting my head today? Usually it does not. Yeah, I don't know the new Lunalight stuff, chat. Will they be able to play? Well, I guess not. I don't know what he's doing out there. I can only make one Liger Dancer? Lame. All right, we've got one shot, one opportunity to do everything we ever wanted. By which I mean stop them from playing with Dominus Impulse. Understandable. Yeah. We have to use that here, right? And hope. We can't use that here. My opponent has to control the card. Now I can. Please stop that. Now pass. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please don't draw Maxi. Okay. Good, good, good. Oh, buddy. I am the true gamer. Real quick. Which one do I want to use? Yeah, that way I use Ash here, and that way if they have Droll or something, I can use the cross out on that. I was like, is there anything else I'm even playing in my deck that could stop that? Usually I prefer to use Designator when I can, because the situations where you can use this are rare. Like, if I ended my turn with this set, it does nothing. If I end my turn with Ash in hand, I'm still pretty good. Yeah, well... Zero defense. Yeah, we start with this. Oh, okay. Yeah, we get... No, we play it safe. Play it safe, we get this. I was like, we could discard the slime, and then we'd have some stuff, and then we'd be good. This is the exact situation I was prepared for. Yeah, but then if they somehow saved, like, an in-perm or whatever... Okay. I was like... Okay, so what we get, because I know that Surveyor can get the Machinex, I'm like, we'll get the slime, then we'll discard it with the Surveyor, we'll use the Surveyor to get the Machinex, except I can't... Like, if then if they have, like, in-perm or something, they in-perm the Surveyor and I'm stuck on nothing. You are a god, I am not. I am but a humble man who needs your money. Please consider donating to the Give Joe Money Challenge. Rank up game, alright. Whoosh. We're ready. The ties are flapping. Ooh, it's a high stakes game for both of us, and I'm going first. I'm so sorry, Sid. You are having a bad day, and I feel bad. Why the multiple ties? Because we need to be professional. We're playing the CEO deck. This is an interesting one. Do I? Yeah, because I'm going to end up with something on the field either way. So yeah, we just go ahead and do this now. Okay. And then this needs to resolve or we're doomed. Go Skull! Maxi. Ash Blossom? I'm just a gamer in the world. Go this. Search. Please, 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 please. Alright, okay. Always get Machinex first in case they have Droll. They do have Droll. That's fine, we can still play around Droll. We can't do the full combo, but we can do stuff and things. We'll get Dark Contract with the Scared Pupper. We will activate. We will pop to get Copernicus. Copernicus effect. What do we send? He don't really do anything. I think we just put, I mean, either way it's about to leave. We'll put this just in case. Okay, now we go into Gilgamesh. Never be a Gilgamesh. He will Gilgamesh. Okay. You and fucking you. Yeah, I should have sent the tuner. Ah, this is still fine. Pendulum Shokan. Summon the one. Activate the effect. Summon back this. I can't search. I'm dumb. I'm just a little dumb, Chad. It's fine. We'll make this. We'll make this guy. Let's go ahead and do... Oh, wait. I can inflict 1,000. Take your medicine. Go ahead and make this. We'll use this. Send to the graveyard. Yeah, I think this. No. Now we just go for the other tuner. Lance Soldier. Now we're gonna do this. Alfred. Alfred banish you? Yeah. Alfred make Flame King. Yeah, we have to do it like this. Yeah. That turns off the Machinex. But it lets us summon this. No. That lets us trigger this to bring back Lance Soldier. Then we make Wave High. Oh, do I not have another level 4? I don't have a level 4. Fuck. Mistakes were made. Yeah, I think we just do... Yeah, and this doesn't do anything. Okay. Not the greatest setup, but we got it. This is still 4, like, a half negations. Okay, we're up against Mitsurugi. Fortunately, Wave High King Caesar is, like, the best thing you could get against Mitsurugi. Something tells me I should do this here. Yeah. Activating the hand? No, no, no. Let me banish you and you. Oh, I should have kept a pendulum. I should have banished the link. There we go. All right, we got it. Not the most exciting duel, but it allows us to rank back into Diamond 1. We just need to keep this momentum into Master. Uh, 68 plus 49 is 117. 5 more wins till Master 5. 5 more wins and I feel alive. Just gotta do it, just gotta be, just gotta get the stuff we gotta give. Hoo ha hoo. Hoo ha hoo. Hoo ha hoo ha hoo ha do hoo. Hoo ha hoo ha do ha do do. Alright, first duel in Diamond 1 and we're losing the coin toss, but maybe our opponent isn't the best. They seem to be resorting to cheap tactics, trying to pull at my heartstrings. They're like, please, missions. I just want to do the missions. And I have to look and be like, sorry, little one. I must advance for the sake of entertainment. The people need their bread and circuses. Oh shit. Magnets! I don't know how they work! One ash is not saving us from magnets. Yeah, I'm not sure what we, how we stop the magnets. I'll try it here. If your fusion monster searches, it probably searches something good. Delicious cheese balls, chat. Yep, if it weren't for the fact that it stops the Charmies and Maxi, would not play Ash in this format. Because stopping one search does nothing to almost every deck. Time for a Let's Learn on Magnet Warriors. There's so many! Why are you You turn your own monsters into earth, you fool! You don't possess a light fiend! They must destroy their own fusion. Now they can do it. Diamond 1 gameplay. Looking at the vote going on so far, looks like magnets have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes. 9 for magnets. RB have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Uh-oh. Magnets, robots, 9, 11. And Art Mage has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So RB in first with 11, Art Mage in a close second with 10. Magnets in third with 9. Editor, keep Joe saying 9/11. This duel is not going in. I'm only doing this to see what their end board is in case I play this deck next month. I'm just curious. I don't believe we can actually beat them. Plus, letting them do stuff helps finish the missions. Yeah. When Block Dragon shows up, you win 78% of the time. I have not yet begun to combo. A 2, a 3, crunch. Joe has changed from Yugi Tuber to Lightsword Dominion, because I'm curious. I wouldn't say I'm gay, I would just say I'm up. What was it? That old guy is like a YouTuber guy. Be like, I ain't gay, I'm just optimistic. There's the extra negate. For free! What if they don't keep a rock in hand, chat? Oh hey, look, it's our good friend. Bar on the floor. Oh, did I break it? No, it's still good. One, two, three. Yeah, they didn't keep one in hand. So, bye-bye, Kokimiru Guardian. I don't know why you summoned Seeker. Yeah, I mean, this is still probably enough. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, plus they can bring something back. +2 set cards. I guess we start with this. Add a dark contract. If only we could cross out the Barone. Ho-ho! I see. Or I guess IP, I should say. They didn't get to Beast. They're bad! They don't know the deck! They goofed! They schmeckledorfed! I don't even know what that means, Patrick! Fair enough. Fair enough. You can't get fairer than fair enough. I just gotta hope they hit that with the Barone de Fleur. No. Ho-ho! Can't stop me here. What if I banished Dominus Impulse? Flux Oceanfield. My favorite. This has to discard a DDD specifically, right? Yeah. Swirl Slime. Funny joke. Okay, so Magnets is a very forgiving deck, is what I've learned. You have so much gas that even if you mess up, you can make all the things. Uh-oh. I feel like we faced this challenge before. They have proven themselves on the field of battle. Chat, we are going up against the #1 Blue Eyes White Dragon player. And all we've got is Droll. Maybe Droll helps. So they get the Drill Beam. And then we Ash. Or I'm sorry, Droll. So now you can't get the thing that gives you the other normal summon. Now you can't use the 2-for-1 spell. course, unfortunately, we started with the Headhunt. Spheres! I guess Spheres is a bounce that also summons a Blue Eye, so they can then use the thing. We don't have a great hand. I think they can beat us with what they have, even if they don't have any hand traps. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start with Swirly Slime. We're gonna make Alfred. Let's go for... Yeah, we'll send this. I think we do have to try to bait out the Heretic Seals. Okay. I mean, I guess that does turn off a bit of removal, but banishing the shit from my grave doesn't do much. Okay, they're just using it now. Yeah, I'm just dead. Unfortunately, you get the one brick. If this had been almost any other card in the deck, any other DD card, we'd have gas to play through the... Wow. More like the worst Blue Eyes player. I guess they must have it in hand. Either that or they're just really dumb. We'll see. They had Ash in hand. Yeah, the Ash did it. Has Swirl Slime ever come up? Swirl Slime's usually good. The thing is, if they hadn't... Okay, he did have one in hand. The thing is, if they didn't have Magnamut, then I could have banished the Swirl Slime, summoned this from my hand, and then made Gilgamesh. Yeah. Drill Beam into Gilgamesh. If they, I mean, again, we drolled them, and it turned out that their hand was, hand trap, both, I guess this isn't one. Yeah, it just turned out they had two of the exact hand trap they needed. And now we're about to rank back down again. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like we're not getting a whole lot of, like, awful brick hands, or if we are, we're bricking on stuff that's, like, essential for the deck. Well, I mean... Yeah, might as well. It sucks that that's the only way we can perhaps... Oh, no! The one deck that doesn't care! I mean, I guess it means they won't get on the fusion. So there's that. Or if they do, they give us, what, 3 cards? They ain't doing that. Let's get another Anubis. Yeah, just set 4 pass. Shit sucks! Oh, what is Orthos again? Target 1 spell trap on either field and 1 DD or Dark Contract. Destroy them. Yep, here comes every solemn ever printed. Okay, we start with this. Doesn't look like they have Solemn Judgment. Regular ass Imperm, alright. It says one other, yeah. I think we have to do it this way. Song of the Dominators, and they've already got a trap, so they can add another one. And Apophyses can't be destroyed by battle. So it's not like I can't even just like run over the Apophyses and hope. I make Gilgamesh, they negate that. I make this, they Dominus Purge it. Oh, it only adds. Yeah, I think we go for this. It'll almost certainly make a negate, but we have scales regardless, so we can extend from here. Okay, they go for the Swamp Deity. Okay, then we try Doom Queen. We activate the Queen. We set Dark Contract. If I do that, I can't scale. Okay, so what we do is we put this in the pendulum scale. We pendulum Shokan. We activate this. We get you. Yeah. We send yeah. Send that, although Orthos is in there, which sucks. Okay. We do it like this. We activate the Ragnarok. We... yeah, blow up this. Second Pendulum Summon. Yeah. Now we can make Alfred using this. Alfred can make Genghis by shuffling these two back. Then we trigger Genghis by summoning the second Gilgamesh. That triggers Genghis. Genghis brings back Orthos. And then Orthos and this allow me to make Cursed King Siegfried. So I have a spell trap negate. Then we go into Wave High. Now just punch man for infinite damage. Oh yeah. Battle phase. Fuck you! I said fuck you, Odeon! Get out of here! Crush tiny man. I don't think this is enough to kill him. We've punched Odeon in the face a dozen times and he's still like, I didn't hear no bell. Okay. Then we go Wave High. And then we go Divisor Machinex. And then, yeah, end phase. Can you put the negate on the trap monster to put it back in the back row? I didn't think about that. Maybe I should have. Yeah, there's still traps, but it would stop the effect that keeps it from being a monster, so it would go into the back row and do nothing. Yeah, I'll use this. It's a pity I don't have the queen in the extra deck. What if man is in defense? What do we do? Eat. Negate the field spell. Is the field spell what gives him his powers? Does this target? No. Yeah, I might as well. I'm gonna lose it anyway. It's not Temple of the Kings if it's negated. Ah. Then yeah, that would have been the better way to clear the whole field. Huh. Why that? They've got so many cards. No! Caesar beats the traps? I think so. Yeah, we get one. I think we have to go for this. Yeah, summoning that from our hand doesn't help us. Yeah, this is the unfortunate problem we often find ourselves in. Yeah. Not quite, friend. Just barely! We escape! Fuck your snakes! And then I think once we've gotten rid of most of their back row, we just have to risk it on making the 4 times D. We never get there, but maybe one of these days. They realize they fucked up, yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't this. It might have been Verdict of Anubis, but we didn't have it. It might have been this or Debunk. Or they might have just set one of these for nothing. I mean, if the last card was like Imperm or Song of the Dominators, then we're just doomed. I don't know what they had set that they couldn't activate. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe it was a Solemn Warning. Solemn Warning, mistake, debunk, another copy of Dominus Purge, something they couldn't activate. What's the glow up bloom for? Reasoning to go into Naturia Beast or Psychic End Punisher. It's glow up plus Anubis makes 11. Glow up plus the man equals a beast. Alright, someone else is trying to get into Master, but we get to go first. Will we crush their dreams, or be a stepping stone into the future? Only time will tell, Legos. Ah, I don't recognize these sleeves. They look slick. This is an interesting hand we've got here. Do we want to do that? No, I think we start with... Yeah, we start with this. Hello. Get me an effect, please. We're gonna go for you. Droll. Unfortunate, but understandable. Pendulum scale. I think we do just activate another one from the... Oh, we only have one. I keep forgetting. Alright. Activate. Pop, pop. We summon Copernicus. Copernicus sends nothing because Imperm or Valor. No? Okay. Lancer. We go Lancer. Pop this. Summon it out. And then we do activate this because we didn't have another extender. Destroy a card? No. Then we use these two to make Wave High. I'm sorry, not Wave High, Gilgamesh. Oh! Oh, I see. Herald of Orange Light. Alright. That is unfortunate. However, I do get to trigger this. And I think the right move to do here is to get Caesar. Because we can Caesar into King Tell. Into Divisor. Then we activate Griffin. Special summon. We go into Clovis here. No White Armageddon. I don't have it in this version of the deck. Bring back the Lancer. Go into Siegfried. And then... Oh yeah, I should have done this in a different order. Fusion summon by shuffling from your hand, field, and/or banishment. Yeah. I don't have enough banished is the problem. I just realized. Make Genghis. Oh, Necro is the other fusion. Gotcha. Yeah, I already have the other. Okay, gotcha. Then we make Alfred. Yeah, we just banish the link. Sage King Clovis. Yeah, nothing really helps us here, unfortunately. I think we just get this because it has the most defense. Then we wave high. Then... nothing. This is a lot of interaction for a 3-card hand. Yeah, we've got 5 disruptions for their 3-card hand. We're more than good, even if Clovis is just sitting here man-spreading on everyone. I mean, yeah, I'll stop that. Not bad into 3 hand traps. I was just 2. It was 2, it's just one of those 2 cost them several. Yeah, we'll stop that. Yeah. That's the risk you take with the heralds. The heralds can be really impactful, but because they cost you a card, you gotta make sure it'll stop me. If it don't stop me, then you're doomed. Gil floated, which helped, yeah. Two more for the shareholders. Think of the profits we could make, chat. It's so close. Two cards, and they both have the potential. Hold Millennium, yeah. I could do this here, but they just make Exodia, right? Then it don't matter. To stop the trap. They set the trap, they don't add it to their hand. Well, at least one of their cards is dead. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you get to set it, so Droll wouldn't have done anything. Yeah, unfortunately, this kills us more than anything. How do we out spell traps? That's the thing. We don't. Or we do, but can I get to it is the question. I don't have any searching. Yeah, it's like if we have a way to make Orthos, we can. It has to be a pendulum monster. Fuck, I'm dumb. How rude. Yeah, what do I care? Another one. Yeah, I guess that does it. Does he have some go second cards? No. Somehow he made it to Diamond 1 off the back of a deck that only wins if it goes first and opens a floodgate and has no plays going second. Win the coin toss or die. If you play enough. Or Shifter, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, he's got Shifter and Maxi. So does every other deck. Or not Shifter, but like Droll and Maxi. All right. All the tuners? All the tuners. Yeah, we have to do it like this. We want the Kepler to hopefully resolve. Hello, it's me. I mean, if this gets the queen, that's fine too. No Droll. No Maxi. Will we see the Fuelos? No Fuelos. Los Fuelos. You gotta get it when you're gross. Gross, you are gross. We just send one of these early, right? Yeah. Summon. Give me the other one. And let's just do this early, shall we? Oh wait, that doesn't... Yeah, we need to... Yeah, unfortunately we're just playing into Nibiru with this. That's just how it's gonna have to work. Oh? Ghost Bell. Surprising. Understandable. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go with you. And heckin' you. Ah, free tuner. I need to get one of these in the graveyard somehow. Is there a way to do that? Not really. Pop with Zeus, yeah, okay. Pop with Zeus, now we have something to stop. Do we summon this? Yeah, sure. Destroy a card? No. Yeah, we use this now. Get back this. Pendulum summon. Yeah, I think it's just this. We've got 2 pendulum summons, so it's fine. I need to have room. We'll go through Clovis. But it came back. Car outside. Yeah, not the best way to do this, but we got it. We won't have the pop with the girl, but or with the queen. But we will have her in the graveyard. Yeah, and we have to do it this way. Or do we? Yeah. No, actually we don't. Kali Yuga! Ethical Kali Yuga could also be a counter. It's not in every version of the deck. Okay, this is a pretty good setup. I'm happy with this. In perm. Yeah, I guess I have to stop that, right? 2 negates versus 1. And just hope they don't have something like a evenly matched. When you Kali Yuga, you negate everything on their field. When I Kali Yuga, they can't activate... neither player can activate any monster effects for the rest of the turn, so they can't Nibiru. That's why I was like, oh, it doesn't matter. Once I've got the effects out, I just do that, and then they can't activate Nibiru. Yeah, nothing really mattered for them. Anyone can see. Didn't have it. After this card is Ixie summoned for the rest of the turn, other cards and their effects cannot be activated on the field. Oh, on the field. Never mind. Did they have it? They didn't have it. Let's, real quick. Of the last 10 duels, how many had Nibiru? That's 2... 3... That's 4... That's 5... That's... Oh, there's 1. That's 6... 7... 8... 9... Fuck, what was that? Yeah, that was 9... 10... Dang, 3 delta. Now let's just go ahead, 11... 12. 13. 14. Very funny. We didn't look at this before. Life hack. And 15. Yeah, so the last 15 decks we've played, only 2 had Nibiru. Oh, and we're not playing Nibiru anymore. Okay. Yeah, it's very low, so I don't think we have to worry too much about playing around Nibiru. I mean, it does still show up. Chad, have any of you ever heard of Nachi? N-A-C-H-I? Nachi? Nachai? Because if you have, we might be in the presence of greatness, because this is the real Nachi. I like nachos, the food. Also, this is one of the worst hands this deck can produce. Oops, all one-ofs, and Ash. It can still play, yeah. It can't play very well, but it can. Like, it has a move. Yeah, we just don't activate anything in the hand. All right. Droll. Okay, I think we have to do it like this, chat. Pendulum Scale Orthos. Dark Contract with the Zero King. Activate. Pop the Orthos. Alright. Hold up. Go for Kepler. Kepler put a Dark Contract. Droll? Droll. Unfortunate. However, we can still normal the Necro Slime. And go into Gilgamesh. What do we have in here? Just those two? That's unfortunate. That at least means the headhunt is on. In cases like this, I like Thomas. Thomas would be nice, but these cases are few and far between. Yeah, I think what we do is... Yeah, you and... you. Yeah. Ouch. 1,000. We'll go ahead and Pendulum Summon. Both of these things. Do we bring something back out? No. Nibiru? Could it be? Yeah, not yet. Mine's bigger! Yeah, as soon as we activate this, they can go into that, which I don't like. So I think we just attack over this. Stop them from getting into an easy rank 5. This can special summon it, but banish it when it leaves the field. Okay. So now this will turn on their stuff, but we also will have a negate. Oh, except we won't, because all our shit will be banished. Yeah. I think I gotta stop that. He can't search, he's under droll. Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, I do think I make one of these. Summon from the grave. Yeah, actually. We bring back Gilgamesh. We make a second properly summoned Gilgamesh. Just as a defense wall. Then we make Divisor. Then we activate this so we have one on the field to use Divisor. And you don't get to search because of your own droll. Not a bad setup, all things considered. Link into SP. They didn't use an extra deck monster. Okay. Yeah, I'll stop that. Triple tack. Take control, okay. That is unfortunate, but it also means they can't easily combo. And this is still on. And if they attack over Gilgamesh, then cool stuff happens. They're not attacking over Gilgamesh. Do I use this and take it back? No, it's fine. Fuck, do they have Zeus in this deck? Yep, they go in for the Zeus! It's the mother heckin' Zeus! And if I activate this, then they just... They just tag out, and then everything still gets destroyed, but they get to keep this. Yeah, we just have to let it resolve. Huh? Typhon. Alright, I do have a lot of one-card starters, but I'm running low. Is this a one-card starter? DDD from your extra monster zone. Grab back one of those two, but that doesn't help. Like, if we crash, we can add this back, but we only played two, whatchamacallits. We only played two Dark Contracts, and they're both in the graveyard, so that doesn't help us. And she is only when a triple D. Yeah, we have no gates. I do think we set it, because it's useful next turn. Although... what else is in our extra deck? Yeah, the thing is... I think I set this. Because next turn, if there is a next turn, and we draw Griffin, or Scale Surveyor, or the other Scale, then that's full combo, as long as we have this DDD in hand. Alright. Return Droll to... That was the other thing, is they might add it back, and then if they've got, like, Maxi or something, I have a chance to stop it. I don't know if this gets me out of it, but it gets me close. Scale Surveyor. Send Defense Soldier. Summon. Soldier Effect. Ash Blossom. Defense Soldier Effect. Cards to add to my hand. I don't have any more. All of my Gilgameshes are gone. All my contracts. And I don't play White Armageddon. And what do I have? Just Fusions and Ixies. And this is only a double D. Yeah, maybe this is one of the few cases where maybe if I had a third contract. I think I want to keep this here. Yeah, we get Orthos. We could summon Orthos, but again, anything else in our hand that lets us extend is full combo. So we set this again. $900. Summon Orthos? No. Come on, Griffin or something. Ah, why are you here now? Somehow we're still here. I mean, I could still draw an Ash or something. Swirl Slime! My boy! It's time to swirl that slime, baby! I have so many banished cards! We're not quite saved because unfortunately all our stuff caps out at like 2,800 attack. And we can't make the big guy. Oh no, wait, we can make Divisor. Do we wave high into Divisor? Yeah, because that's the only way that we have fucking the ability to activate it. Can we 4D? No, we haven't been able to make a synchro yet. The man in the chair returns. Now we make our own Zeus. Unfortunately, we don't play Zeus. Yep, I can't do anything about that. Yep, we have to take that. No, come on! Okay. Ash and Dimension Shifter. Well, that explains a bit. I steal. I mean, yeah, I take that as well. We just slurp up the raisin before they get something that can tag out. They haven't normal summoned this turn, have they? Then we got Mad Love. You know it's a problem. No! No! when the burger is heavy! Oh, are they gonna crash? No, they just reveal, right? Yeah, why did you lower my attack? Ah! The burger was too heavy, chat. Yeah, I hadn't seen Zeus in so long, I was like, don't they get locked into like rank 5s or they can't make lights? Yeah, that's it. They can't make light Ixies, I thought. Mari, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in the chat. Evaded, evaded, evading all the things you want. Headhunter would have done it, yeah, if I just activated it proactively. Yep, they got Zeus. I am curious. That's not that kind of deck. Not that kind of deck. I feel like we faced a whole lot of Vanquished Soul Canine today, and yet... Oh, please missions. Were they... No. Huh. Yo, Eros got one. Lamau. Nice. Okay, yeah, they do have Zeus. I was like, I just want to see if this is common. Yeah, even this weird one was playing Zeus. This one was not, but I don't know what the fuck this is. A pile. Oh, Eros is here. I always go in Eros's chat and I just like yap nonstop. And then Eros comes to my chat and just like lurk. Just been chillin'. I'm glad you can enjoy the dulcet tones of Hardleg Joe with his top 20 classic hits. Fuck, what's a top 20 classic hit? I know they exist. Yep, I'm going second and all I got is an Ash. I mean, that's a good Ash target though. You just gotta hope they don't have the 2 of Temple of the Kings. Fly me to the moon, let me swing among the stars. Can you tell me what life is like on Jupiter and Mars? In other words, set me free. I still like the fly me to the moon, let me kick its fucking ass. Let me show it what I learned in my moon jujitsu class. In other words, catch these hands. In other words, coward fight me. It was from there was a guy who, like, he really, really didn't like the moon. He's like, the moon is so underrated. And then he made that on Twitter, and it got like 1 million upvotes, and he was like, wow, this really blew up. Wish the moon would. Okay. We're doing stuff. We're going. What do I summon here? I've already got this, so I don't need that. Do I just... Okay, I think I summon Orthos. Then I activate Scale Surveyor. I make Scale Surveyor level 4. Alright. Yo, what up? It's your boy Siegfried, coming at you again with the Spell Trap negates. Return a card to the hand. No, I don't really want to do that. I don't know about that. Normal summon. Oh, it's a solemn. I see. One of those is a solemn. Okay, let's go. We're sending Lance Soldier. We are activating the Lance Soldier. We are popping this. In attack mode, because I'm not afraid to die. And that triggers the Machinex, or the Doom Queen. I mean, they're both Machinex. And I think the Solemn is the middle card. Ha 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 ha! You magnificent bastard, I read your book! You can't fool me! I am the gingerbread man! Alright, and then we go to level 4. Let's go. Yeah, we'll get Wise King Solomon. He summons against the snakes. If you don't like Solomon, you must be fake. Ah! I was wondering why he wasn't confused. Uh-oh. Danger, danger. Trip a thigh burn. You rat bastard. When your opponent summons a monster from the extra deck, while you control this, you can negate the summon and destroy it. Okay. I know what I gotta do, chat. Alfred, the Divine Sage. Using... I've got to use this, because the other ones I need in the graveyard. Okay, let's, when your opponent summons from the extra deck, you can negate that summon and destroy it. Gotcha. If you link summon, he kills me. I'm aware of that. Let's go for Griffin. Yeah, nothing really helps me. Oh, well. Yeah, actually, hold on. But it came back. We doing this again, boyos and girlos. They readin'. And then we go for Marksman King Tell. Yep, we've got all the bait. Oh, I need to have taken effect damage this turn. Okay, well... they gonna get it. You want to negate a Link Summon? Here, negate a Link Summon. That still gets me this effect. I think we just send one of these in case we draw something next turn. This is only once per turn, right? Yeah. Alright. It is time! Summon forth the ultimate creature! You. And you. And you. And even, yes, you, Alfred. Behold! DDDD! Dimensional King Arc Crisis! Activate the effect. Chain block the effect! Big guy. Big guy, big guy, big guy. DDD, big guy, pants okay. DDD, big guy, pants okay. Everything's negated. And then Machinex says hello. Now, if they have fucking Mirror Force, I will be crushed. Destroyed. Destroyed. 3,000. They still live! I wonder what this back row is. It's gotta be something like a cross-out designator, right? I mean, yeah, we take that. There's no reason not to, yeah. Yeah. I guess we're gonna find out what it is now. It's Verdict of Anubis. Gotcha. The car outside, it hungers for blood. Its vengeance feeds me. Anubis, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Anubis, Bahama. Come on, man with the marker. Ah, I see. I mean, I don't want you to have that. Destroy a card? No. At this rate, we really need a loud car emote. I guess so. Does the big DDD have protection? Nope. Do I have any Doom Queen? Oh, I do. Wait, no, it's just Doom King. Where's Doom Prince? Yeah, I don't have a whole lot more I can do. I really need to get to my scales. I forgot. The Sky Crisis. There's no way I can summon it again. Ah! That's a pretty good top deck. Do I have another trap in the grave? I don't. Yeah, I think I do this. I might be a little impulsive. It's still a face-up continuous trap. We'll just make another one. I don't think I want to make another one. Yeah, it still negates. Yeah, I can't use the effect of Mach-N X. Yeah. Damn. I mean, the one good thing is Barone can't pop me. You could crash. Would you like to crash? $1,000. Do you want to negate it here so I don't take any? No? Ah, I see. Okay, so they use that here. Then we activate Griffin. Because they're under their own Typhon, they can't negate the Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh effect. We get the 9 scale and another Griffin. Pendulum Shokan. Let's get... Fuck, what do we get? Defense Soldier. Yeah, we could Kali Yuga, but that would take everything. Oh wait, we still have a Ragnarok. Hold up. Yeah, so we can Ragnarok. Can't Kali Yuga because Typhon is on the field. I mean, it would still be bigger. Second Pendulum Summon. Do I have any other... yeah, we'll go ahead and get this. Two. And then 500. Damn, it's not quite enough. Unless... Yeah, hold up. Machinex. Boost. Actually, boost. No, we do have to boost this. Battle phase. 3,000 over the defloor. Or 35. 300 over this. Main phase 2. Dundalo. Duoton Kali Yuga. Activate the effect. Detach, destroy all spell traps. Effect? Why, yes. I'll add this back to my hand. Your move. What a game, yeah. And that's a quick effect that only needs me to detach one. So if they set a bunch of stuff, I can just destroy all of it. Unless they have like a second thing or something else, I think I may have this. Oh no. Am I gonna train? No. Crashing, okay. The man! So they get Temple of the Kings. They set an Apophis. Set another one. This is... Yeah, just a quick effect. So end phase. Activate Kali Yuga again. Get rid of everything. Oh, come on! You couldn't take your medicine! You fought so hard! Ooh, boy! Talk about a barn burner! That was like every card in my extra deck! I'm not sure if we're going to get a more intense duel than that. Kudos to my opponent. They sticking with it, baby. Four, 5, 6, 12. The true man. Okay. I need a moment, chat. I need a moment after that. I am hungry. I hunger for more. It's getting late. We are going to go a little late. There's probably not going to be any Outer Wilds tonight. Actually, first of all, 1 second. Twitch.tv. I always forget to get this set it up. The stream manager. Yeah. This is gonna take a minute. So I'm gonna go ahead, we'll take a moment out of our time. I'll give you something to watch while I go get my meal set up. Pardon me. Wow, I'm not sure if you can hear that. They've got the loudest bass. Either that or they're like hammering something. So yeah, I'm going to play a minute-long ad. For those of you who don't get the ad, we're going to be watching Strong Bad Email. If you want to support the channel, consider dropping a sub. If you're not, you don't want to watch the ad, go take a bathroom break. Now is your time. The ad has begun. For those of you who are still here, thank you. I appreciate your existence. You can Kali Yuga under Typhon because it just applies. Huh. Let's see. Window capture. USB mail. Yep, we're on 204 out of 209. We're almost at the end, chat. So watch this. I will be back shortly. It's just unfortunate that they had to make Peak using that song, because now anytime I hear it, that little riff, I look quite like him, except I'm red with spiky hair. I loved it until they mentioned Greg's. Yeah, it's very British. We don't have Greg's over here. I need a point to play this when I'm at that age. 42? What's Greg's? It's like a convenience store, right? I don't know, it's a British bakery chain. Specializes on on-the-go savory products such as baked goods, sausage rolls, and sandwiches. And donuts? Let's look at their menu, shall we, chat? The video wouldn't play. 1 second. There's a new chick in town. I reject all the cookies. Download the app. Get free Greg's. Say it with Greg's. I don't get it. Say what with Greg's? Browse the menu. Oven-baked bacon rashers. What's a rasher? On a corn-top breakfast roll. Yeah, just bacon and ketchup on a bun. I mean, I do like that. Sausage breakfast roll. Omelet, bacon and omelet, bacon sausage and omelet. Bacon breakfast baguette. Bacon and cheese wrap, hash brown. Huh. Their hash browns look kind of weird, chat. Let me see if I can get a better picture on here for you. They look kind of like the McDonald's ones, but they're like wedge-shaped. A rasher is a ham slice. Ah, I see. Pain or chocolate? I want pain for breakfast. Golden pastry with a rich chocolate filling. Seems a little dry. It's British food. All butter croissant. It looks like there's more than butter on there. Simple creamy porridge, ready to eat. Golden syrup flavored porridge, ready to eat. Apple cinnamon porridge. Overnight oats. Sausage roll, vegan pork free roll, chicken roll, cheese and onion bake, steak bake. I'm a sucker for anything that rhymes. Diced beef in a rich gravy topped with a golden puff pastry parcel. I don't really like gravy. Spicy chicken pizza. Not for the faint of taste buds. It looks weird. This looks like something you'd get out of a school. This at least looks kind of like pizza. It doesn't look like good pizza, but it does look like something. A ready-to-drink latte in a can. Flat white? What's flat white? Coffee on the go. Double espresso type with steamed frothy milk. Okay, so it's just another kind of latte. Gotcha. They seem kind of like a Dunkin', just without the donuts as much. Crispy caramel bar. I do like that. More sandwiches. Mature cheddar bacon cheese salad. Mexican flatbread. Tuna pasta. Glazed donut, jam donut, pink jammy donut, the Belgian bun, gingerbread man, a star biscuit, triple chocolate. Now there's what we're looking at. Good old triple chocolate muffin. I'm good for that. Cookie, brownie bar. You can get 6 slices of pepperoni in a box. Gotcha. Find a shop near me. I'm in Missouri. Are there any in Missouri? Do you mean Missouri, UK? I don't think I'm gonna find one near me, chat. I'll never have Greg's! Okay. Ready to get back into it, chat? Now I'm 42. I live with my wife. I don't like her much. I think I hate my life. 2 more wins, chat. 2 more wins. We just gotta keep calm and carry on. We just gotta be British about it. You know, I'll not do that again. Okay. Not a great hand, but we can work with it. We do have to do this. If they have Ash, they have it. Nothing else baits out the Ash. Culvers, nothing else baits out the Ash. In poem. Gotcha. Alright, let's go ahead and activate Griffin. Let's go ahead for a Garugamesh. Yeah. I think we do this and yeah, you. We activate Swirl Slime. We summon. I'm just realizing none of this helps me. Not a single dang one of it helps me, chat. I don't have the 4s that I need. Yep, my neighbor's being loud. I'm not sure if you can hear the thudding bass boost. Yeah, this sucks. I've never been able to do so much and so little at the same time. If I had made the other guy, I would have been able to maybe get to Wave High King Caesar. Zeus is offline too, yeah. Yep, I guess we just hope that Ash can do it. What did they hit us with? Just an imperm? Nothing really mattered. Anyone can see. Yep, we gotta hope. Really nothing mattered. Another reason to play Eternal Darkness. It would be another brick that we would... I mean, we already brick on Headhunt half the time when we can't search it. You can search it with Small Caesar. Yeah, and I didn't have it. If I had 2 level 4s, I would have gotten into Wise King Solomon, and then into Marksman King Tell, and then into the Tuner in the Graveyard, and then I'd be able to make a synchro. I wasn't even talking to you in that comment. Ah. There's always a chance they mess up, chat. I do still have one thing that I can do. Well, 1.5 things. How goes today? Well, we've been here for 5 hours and we're still hard stuck in Diamond 1 and we're still losing currently. Another one. Why are you still legal? Why are you still here? Chain block. Woo. Oh, they allowed it to go through. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we go for this. Ah. I thought this negated monster effects. We walling up, baby. It wasn't enough. Floodgate negate turbo, eh? Somewhat. Yeah, we wait. I see your Foolos, and I meet you with a Foolos of my own. Oh, it is Hero. Battle of the Bubbles. I'm a bubbling, troubling man. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. They can turn skip you, yep. Another one. Add Shadow Mist to hand. Yeah, fuck it. We ball. How about Sunrise Man? Nope, didn't draw an Ash. It might have been useful here. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, like, if they have plasma, it doesn't matter how many extenders I have. My deck is like 90% monsters, so if they turn off all monster effects, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, I think I just save this for the trap when they try to use it on my turn. Also, they might deck us. I mean, I assume we'll get to Droll before then, if need be. Yeah, our mask change, probably. Yep, I will shuffle some of these back. And there he is. Yeah, it's times like this I wish I still had Nibiru in the deck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's not too bad. Okay. Huh? Oh, the extra monster zone. Yep, sitting on floodgates, having fun. Its effect is negated, right? What can I do? Anything? Is there a way to get to Fusion, Synchro, Ixie, and Link? Wait. Oh, I fucked up already. Wait, no, it's fine. I might just have a chance, chat. Uh, uh. Surveyor's pen defect? Yeah, the problem is
That was my only high scale. Oh yeah. Why do I keep thinking I have effects? I don't. And it's just negated automatically. I can't at least run over it. I already tried to use the effect though, didn't I? I forgot Dark Law was still here. Wait, why can you... Oh, because I was negated by... Gotcha. Ah, I forgot it was going to be destroyed. Draw phase is skipped. Hold up. Special summon 1 during the standby phase. You can't negate me. Also, give me. Okay. Somehow I have managed to clear the board. And this comes back. Now we just gotta hope. They've used almost everything. Putting the plasma on top of your deck. Answer that. Yeah, because otherwise they get to the guy that gives them a big attack boost. Big guys sitting on chairs, doing that stuff because they sit on chairs. Had a furnace in hand still, yeah. Polymerization, do they have the second DPE? Everything into Trinity! Trinity format! We need a good top deck. We have almost nothing left. I honestly don't know what we could get. Wait, Scale Surveyor does it. Normal Defense Soldier. It's a Pendulum. Wait. Yeah, Scale Surveyor does do it. Special summon one from my Pendulum Zone. No, I don't need to be level 4. I just need to make this. Scale them up. We want a... one other DD. No, it has to be specifically a DD. Gotcha. Yeah, so we do this and this. Fuck. Running low on time. I'm sad. I thought I'd be able to pendulum summon Divisor, but I forgot he's not a level. Yeah, this takes Fiends, this takes DDs. I can't make anything with Fuelos. Oh, do they have another one? They don't. Oh, I can't believe we survived that. We can't even kill him this turn is the roughest part. And now we can.
I can't believe we escaped from that. Oh boy! Holy shit! That was a long one. Unfortunately, I don't think we could show that one because it was so fucking long. It took forever. Show it. I feel too bad for Mr. Metal. You know what? We're not going to show that thing as it occurred, but I will go ahead and put the replay up here just so people can see what happened. Because this was like a 40-minute duel. And I forgot, even with all that, the only reason we even had a chance was because of the Fuelos. We both Fuelos, which is what you have to do in this. They're playing elemental heroes. They're ejecting their miracle. They're getting their favorite contact. They're doing the EN shuffle. And the first thing we draw off of that is Maxi. And I'm like, you know what? Might as well. Maybe they'll stop. If they stop, we might have a chance. But also, I think you gotta realize as a hero player that if you can make the full board and they can't stop you, it doesn't matter how many cards they draw, which is what I was sitting here thinking the entire time. Which is part of why it's not going to be in the actual video as it was played. Because I was just sitting there like, I can't make it out of this. If they're going to make all the floodgates in the world, well, they're going to do Garrus the Timeless. It's honestly, while it is good to draw, like this deck is all extenders. You want to draw as many extenders as possible. A lot of your extenders are also things that must be negated because they search, and if you draw everything you want to search, then you run into some troubles. So they end up going on to, they have all the alt arts, but this is Plasma, which negates everything on the field. They've got, it's a one-sided skill drain. Oh, and because we drew too many with Mulch Army, a bunch of stuff goes back. Yeah, well, just to show what we've got here. Did I pause it? Yeah. We've got Plasma, which is a one-sided skill drain. They've got Destroy Phoenix Enforcer, which can non-targeting pop a card on the field. They've got Chaos, which is it's basically like Siegfried, except it can be used on monsters, so it can just negate any face-up card on the field. And we know they have Mask Change and Favored Contact set. Mask Change is going to make Dark Law, so the graveyard's turned off. I tried to Dominus Impulse, but they can just negate it with this. And then they immediately used Favored Contact, which might have honestly been the thing that doomed them. They made a second Chaos, another Contrast hero. So now they have another Omni Negate. But usually what you make with this is the thing that like blows up a card for every hero on the field. So they could either have a board wipe or a negate, and they went with the negate. And then, honestly, I was just throwing shit at the wall. I was trying to figure some way out to make shit stick. They go with the DPE. I'm using this. Everything's getting banished. I forgot I couldn't use effects. I get to Siegfried because that's an 8. We make Kali Yuga, but it's negated. But I can at least run over that thing. I can make Machinex. Then I try to blow this up so it's in the extra deck because I forgot that Dark Law was here. But they thought it was more impactful because they decided to use the Contrast hero to negate it. And that's another thing. If they just let me destroy this and all this was banished, they'd keep everything on the field and I could do nothing. Then we're going to set those two. They use that. During the draw phase, I just immediately try to get that out. They try to negate it. I suck them up. Then Kali Yuga blows everything else. It's not on the field, so it's not negated. DPE gone. Contrast hero gone. This gets me that back, so now I have another suck with Machinex. Which was not... I get a lot of this, not what I intended. The whole time I kept getting pleasantly surprised, and I couldn't let them get to that. So we steal... They have another mask change, but they get rid of it so they can polymerization. They send off everything to make Trinity. 5k can attack 3 times, but it can only attack monsters. So there goes Kali Yuga, there goes Machinex. There's 2200. I'm stuck on Defense Soldier and a Fuelos. So, use this, activate, he can summon from the Pendulum Zone. We finally get a Gilgamesh. We resolve it, we get the scales, we summon the one thing we had. The timer was running out, so I was just like, fuck, make Machinex. It can at least get over this. They've used almost everything. All they've got is Furnace and a Dream. And then they make Verte, and I almost shit myself, but they don't have anything. So with the timer at like 20 seconds and nothing else there, and having banished, what was it? Banished 16 cards. I was never making the giant fusion guy at this point. I lost all my Griffins, I lost Orthos, I lost Siegfried, but we managed to get it by the skin of our teeth. Exciting times. At least afterwards. At the time, it was just butt clenching. Can't show that on YouTube. Duel. $128 versus Hero. Don't take footage from the duel. See if you can show the replay. Check the deck. Oh, to see if they had the Neos. Yeah. They had the Shining Neos. Destroy all cards your opponent controls up to the number of different attributes among the monsters on the field. Yeah. And it also gains 300 for every monster in your graveyard and can't be destroyed by card effects. I mean, to be fair, I don't blame them for not knowing the mashup. Shining would have blown up the whole board, yeah. What's the third and extra? Oh, sorry. It's been a long night, getting from there to here. I've played a lot of duels, but 0 ancient gears. And I've seen the banning of Pankratops, Redoer and Unchained. But I'm not gonna give it up this time, not even if I misplay, 'cause I've got jank in my heart, and nothing's gonna bend or break me. I've got jank to believe that I can do anything. I've got faith in my soul. Please don't ash. They did not ash. Okay, if that's the case, we get Kepler. We're gonna do the Keppel step. Do not pick the wrong effect. Oh? Okay. That does suck. But it's not the end of everything. Do we keep the pendulum, or do we... No, we keep this, because... Is that the end of everything? It's not good. Yeah, we use this so we have something to pendulum summon. No, I don't want to make my effect. Okay. The Keppel step got stepped. It didn't need a little pep, but you want a pep. Yep, it's times like this I wish I had Thomas. If that's the case, I think what I do actually is go for Surveyor. Yeah, we're gonna go for Surveyor, and we're gonna go for another copy of Surveyor. We got nothing in the graveyard to summon, so we just want big scales. SpongeBob, big scales, pants, okay. Then we're going to... Wait, does that do any... That doesn't do anything, does it? I think what we do instead... We make this... Then we go into the second Gilgamesh with these two. Scale Surveyor... Yeah, we get our own Scale Surveyor back. Oh, wait! Hold up. Send that off. Summon. Well, we've already used this effect, right? Have I normal summoned? I haven't... I have normal summoned. Have I? What would I have normal summoned? I didn't normal summon. Oh, I've already used this effect. Fuck! I'm so dumb. Yeah, I could have done something else. Yep, I got my combos confused. I could have gotten, I could have ended on Wave High King Caesar. Make Zeus? Why? I can't negate with anything. Wedju Temple. Unfortunate. Huh. Yeah, we ash that. Well, I've got my pendulum scale. Do I blow up the Wedju Temple? No, it doesn't do anything. Damn. Yeah, full Orcus combo. I knew any two cards was full Orcus combo. I forgot that they could go through Phoenix. I haven't seen this in forever. Read any good books lately? I've been reading book 3 of the Stormlight Archive. I guess it's well written. I don't know. It strikes me as being... I'm not sure if childish is like the right word to say. I'm kind of surprised that everyone holds it up as some like high fantasy. Like, the world building in it is really good, but it all just comes across as very contrived. It's one of the things that like I've noticed from Brandon Sanderson that I really don't like is like he wants everything to fit into these nice, neat little piles in a way that just like things don't most of the time. Well, at least he didn't use it on my Gilgamesh. Oh. Yeah. Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Unfortunately, they block everything. What do I get? I think I go for King Tell. Machine X will not count as a scale. We should pop it. Yeah, I know. Damn. They smart. No. Windmill Slam, Kali Yuga. How do you propose I do that? The trap is follow-up, is it? Your pendulum scale looks a bit funky, yeah. I really should have used the Machinex on it. I wasn't really thinking that... For some reason I was like, they have no way to get the card out of their zone, and I forgot that Doom Dragon exists. I also wanted to stop them from getting another search, because then they could just do it again. At this point, it's, yeah. But yeah, I will say Stormlight Archive, it starts out very much just like, you know, you've got, at least the first book is very much split between like, there's a guy who went off to war and through a series of unfortunate events ended up being like a slave, where he has to like work for an army, but not like in the army. He's like doing dangerous like manual labor. And then on the opposite end, you have like this king, who's this very noble king, amid a whole bunch of other kings, who's like trying to do the right thing and finding it very difficult with all the like politicking going on. And seeing this, this like sort of meeting of, you know, the very upper crust and the very lower crust of both people trying to do the right thing and running into problems all along the way. Like, the first book is really good. And then it starts getting into like, oh, well, there's this ancient thing of knights, and there were 10 orders of them, and each order has its own distinct color, and each order has its own, like, specific ideal, and there are 16 superpowers, and each of the knights has 2 of them, and, like, their headquarters are shaped like this, and they went like this, and, like, they're trying to rebuild that, and it just feels like you've turned this fantasy thing into, like, Super Sentai. Like, it's like Power Rangers. So the series became convoluted. It's not just that it's convoluted, it's that it's convoluted in a way that's, like, too orderly for the messy, realistic world they created. Like, if it were just, like, a very silly series from the start, and it were just about, like, cool, awesome fights, but it really wants to have it, like, both ways. Like, it wants to be, like, a serious reflection on, like, what it means to be noble, what it means to have honor in a cruel world, while also having, like, giant super anime fights. And, like, it's interesting. I won't say it's not, like, well written or whatever, but, like, I think I said this when I reviewed the first book. We did it for the literature channel, for those who remember that. And I was like, it gets to this point where there's, like, a big dramatic fight scene at the end, and I did not care, because my stakes, the stakes that I cared about, was, like, the emotional well-being of the characters. And, like, yeah, it would be cool to see them fight, but having this big, long, elaborate, like, again, the only way I can describe it is an anime fight scene. What book is this? The Stormlight Archive. It's a series of 5 books by Brandon Sanderson, who is, like, the most prolific science fiction writer of the last, like, 50 years. Can you link the review? I think I have it somewhere. It's like, you know how Stephen King in the 80s, he would put out a horror novel like every year, sometimes 2 a year? Brandon Sanderson is like that, but for science fiction and fantasy. Here's the literature channel. You should be able to find it on there. The thing that makes Sanderson really interesting is, like, He's got like 3 or 4 different series that are running concurrently. One is like the Stormlight Archive. One is Mistborn. And I forget, there's 2 other ones that aren't as popular. But they all take place in like a greater universe he calls the Cosmere. But so far they haven't really interacted. It's just sort of implied that the, like, what was it? There's, in, whatchamacallit? Like, in Mistborn, right? There's just, like, a couple moments where, like, they're talking to an astronomer and they're looking at the stars or whatever. And they're like, yeah, the nearest planet to us has 3 moons. And one of them's red and one of it's green. Isn't that weird? We don't know exactly what causes it. And then on the Stormlight Archive, they're on a planet that has 3 moons, and one of them's red and one of them's green. And so it's implied that basically, like, to make an analogy, like, Mistborn is on Earth, and, Stormlight Archive is taking place on Mars. But they're both trapped in, like, or not trapped, but they're both taking place in, like, ye olden times. So they haven't, like, interacted. Space travel is still a distant dream. But the thing is, he started writing some stuff that does, like, time skips, where it's far future. So that they're like, oh, now they do have space travel. And so the different magic systems from the different planets are, like, interacting with each other on, like, a galactic scale. He's turned his fantasy universe into a sci-fi universe. And there's talk of, like, well, eventually he's going to write, like, the Cosmere War, right? That's, like, all the different fantasy universes aged up into sci-fi realms, battling it out. Which would be, like... It's basically like making your own, like, Marvel universe and then having an Avengers. Except it's just one guy doing it. Very interesting. Also, what's it called? I think it was Apple. Apple TV just bought the film rights to the entire Cosmere. Are you going to continue the series? Not on the literature channel. Sounds cool. This stuff appeals to me. It's pretty neat. I'm finishing it because I got my dad to start reading it, and so we've been going through it together. But I'm kind of, I'm like, what the Stormlight Archive has turned into is like, I'm not really sure I'm vibing with it, but I'll see it through to the end. There's 5 books. But yeah, they just got bought up by Apple TV, and they're going to apparently they're making Mistborn into a series of 3 movies, because Mistborn is just 3 books, so they're adapting those, and then they're adapting the Stormlight Archive into a TV show. Yeah, I mean, I'll check out... The thing about the Stormlight Archive as a TV show is I have no idea how they're going to fucking do it. Because I feel like you would need to have all the money in the world, or it would need to be animated in order to make Stormlight Archive happen. Like, you had already took, like, tens of millions of dollars to bring Lord of the Rings to life. But Lord of the Rings, like, at least the planet they're on is analogous to, like, a real-life Earth planet. Right? Like, you can be like, oh, we're on the fields of whatever, but it's just New Zealand. And even if you've read the book, you know, it looks like New Zealand. It's fine. But the planet of Stormlight Archive is like, it really is like an alien planet. Like, I will say the thing that they do really well is, like, the world building. Like, the defining feature of Roshar, the world of the Stormlight Archive, is that there's a storm that basically just circles the globe. It comes around and goes east to west. Like, there's not, like, there's, like, a set pattern, but it's not, like, every 5 days. It's, like, sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's 3 days. It really depends. But it keeps going around. And it's not just like a regular storm. It's like, if you are outside during the storm, you will die. All the buildings in like this world have to be made of stone, because if you made it out of wood, it would be blown down. Not only do they have to be made of stone, but they're all like triangle shaped, and there's like no windows facing the side that the storm comes from. And then it's like, well, because of that, no grass can grow, no traditional trees can grow. They have grass and trees, but they've all adapted to the storm. They talk about the grass, like, as they're walking through a field, the grass, like, ducks down into the earth, because it's learned, like, if there's vibrations, it, like, sinks in, it's adapted to it. They meet, like, this place that's, like, sheltered from the storms, and, like, the grass doesn't move, and they're like, why is your grass dumb? And same thing, there's no other mammals, really, except for, like... No, I don't think there's any mammals. Everything there, like, instead of having cows and oxen, they have giant crabs, essentially. Big crab-like things called krulls. instead of rats, they have kremlings, which are like centipedes, essentially. Like, everything that's there has to be able to... Yeah, except they do have horses. They do have horses for a reason that, like, that someone points out, like, they're so weird, it feels like they shouldn't be there. And when I brought it up as a plot hole when I did my review of book 1, people were like, keep reading, you'll find out. So apparently that's something like you will find out. Horses are there for a reason. In reality, life would definitely not be able to exist on that planet. Life can exist in a lot of really harsh places. I mean, there are, like, a lot of cities are built into, like, natural cave systems or built into mountains, where it's like, you can tell that, like, ancient humans found a way to eke out life in these small shelters, hiding from the storms. Like, would it necessarily look like that? I don't know. But it's really... But my point is, how do you do that? How do you do that? Like, if you're making, like, a Stormlight Archive TV show, you can't just film in, like, a desert. You can't just film in a forest. Everything about it is different, and it's different for, like, a very critically important story reason. Okay, we're going to start with Count Surveyor. We'll just send that. All right. Easy clap. Yeah, like, I'm reminded of the Wheel of Time. They tried to make that a show. And there's, like, a story element where doing magic, like being an Aes Sedai, essentially a wizard, your life gets extended to, like, 200 years. And you also get what they call, like, the ageless face, where whenever you see a wizard, it's like, you could be 30 or you could be 50, and I can't tell if you're, like, a 30-year-old who's seen some shit or, like, a 50-year-old who takes care of themselves really well. And it's like, you can't do that in visual TV, you know? Like, you cannot find enough actors to look that way, and even if they did look that way, now, by next season, they wouldn't, and you cannot do enough makeup and CGI on every single wizard to make it work. So it's like, you just have to ignore that part. But it's fine to ignore that part because it's not a huge, like, plot point or anything. In Stormlight Archive, the fact that the grass doesn't move, or the fact that the grass moves is a plot point. The fact that the trees kind of, like, fold down against the ground, that everything is like a weird alien animal. Tell that to Keanu Reeves. I mean, I guess we'll see. Clearly they changed the story to make it filmable, yeah. This Ash gonna have to do a lot of work. Huh. They've got that's the male symbol, right? What are the chances they've drawn no other cool tunes, chat? It's unlikely, but it ain't 0%. Fuck. Well, it was worth trying, probably, maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. The name translates to Dark Master. Yeah, the other big thing, even the battles that they have, one of the defining features of combat in the Stormlight Archive is the Shard Blade. for the most part, it's standard, like, it's weird because it's standard, like, kind of medieval-ish combat, except the shard blades exist. There's not a lot of them. There's maybe like 50 in the whole world. They are exceptionally rare. They talk about, like, yeah, a landowner traded his kingdom for a shard blade. They are worth fortunes. And, like, basically all of that, like, you measure the strength of a kingdom by how many shard bearers they have. And a shard blade is like a magical sword that you can summon. Like, you just hold your hand out and it just, like, drops into your hand. And then if you don't want it anymore, you just open your hand and it puffs into a cloud of smoke. They are about 6 or 7 feet long. So as long as a person is high, or as long as I am tall. But they're also incredibly lightweight. You can wield them with one hand easily. Think of it like Cloud's Buster Sword, if it were like, yeah, 6, 7. We got it. Like Cloud's Buster Sword, except for just like they've given an explanation to why people can wield them. Also, they cut through anything. They talk about like what was it? It's not even that they cut through anything. It's almost as if they're ethereal. As if, like, physics doesn't matter to them. It's not like a lightsaber where, like, you know, when they try to cut through, like, a big steel door or whatever, right? Like you have to dig the lightsaber in and slowly move. Like, nah, dog, you can just, any amount of stone, any amount of metal, shard blade just goes through it like butter. You can just cut, like, they're like, walls don't matter to a shard wielder because you can just shunk, 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 and then kick a door in. So there's like 50 super magical swords. There's super magical swords that are 6 feet long that you can just spin around and they cut through anything. Except people. They refuse to cut through people. If you try to cut through someone, instead it just destroys their soul. Their eyes burst into flames and they fall down dead. Awful hand. Terrible hand. No good, very bad hand. Yeah, and I mean, I can't. I mean, I gotta try. I don't think that's better than being cut through, yeah. Sounds worse than being cut. Sure. Yeah, what was it? To be fair, your soul only gets eaten by the sword if they cut through your head or your spinal cord. If they cut through, like, your arm, then you just lose all feelings in the end of that arm, and it becomes, like, dead and limp. You can't move it or do anything anymore. But your arm is still there. It's just useless. Do. Destroying everything. Imagine getting hit in the balls. Some people. Oh, they banished it. Why would they do that? I exist. I was like, I can chain block, and I forgot that that doesn't matter to Zaylin. Yeah, and do I have anything else that I can activate in the graveyard? Oh, and destroy? And destroy. I haven't used the effect yet! What? You haven't used that? If I normal summoned, I have. Yeah, I don't know why I'm staying in this. No, there's no Outer Wilds tonight. Aw, well, sorry. It's the last day to try to get this deck into Master, and people really want to see it. So I have to try. Damn it. Roll. They're like, wait, you can't search, what are you doing? I have a second effect! Summon Gil, activate Headhunt. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No, I don't need that. Play around Mech Knights. Veiler.
Yeah, we go into Mach and X, that's 2 removals. Unless they've gotten a Biru. Me and Kira Vector really liked the Lego video. He ended up subscribing. Nice. Oh, hello. God damn it. Alright. We live in, although I'm realizing I'm in danger. Yeah, we just add... Yeah. Genghis! Good job, Genghis. But it came back. I did not know this worked when special summoned. Holy shit. That turns off the headhunt. Yeah, I gotta do it now, though. I need the room if I'm gonna activate this. Pendulum scale! Oh, it still doesn't work. I think we're fine, though. Just in case Nibiru's here. What up? You're a DDD now! They ain't dead, but they close enough. Rapper becomes CEO. It's more likely than you think. Red Nova. Chain block. No, my doggo! Yeah. No search for you. Does that fucking summon a monster? Get out of here. Oh, they can add from graveyard too. And I still might be dead. God, fuck. Should have Machine X'd and then draw. I don't think I could have. I think you have to draw immediately after the draw. I get a card. Dominus Purge. No, we normal summon. Cookie yummy way. Can I use this on my face down? Yeah, this wouldn't be as bad if my neighbors weren't blasting fucking music at midnight. Is it a holiday or something that I'm unaware of? Well, we got Droll. That's something that can end people's turns at times, depending on what they're on.
Not the ideal start. Yeah, they just chain prayers. Yeah, I guess I have to. We can always draw. In order for it to resolve, we have to discard. Oh, well, they forgot to do Murakumo, so there's that. But they just get everything anyway. Yeah, the problem is, we draw and it's like, well, if they were smart, they'd activate the effect and we wouldn't get... We'd have to discard something, and then even if they pass, if we want to play anything, we have to discard something. And they still have that, so they can just tribute the Murakumo during their turn. Joe looks happier playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Than when he plays Outer Wilds. I don't think that's true. Not when it's like that. When it's like, yeah, I'm not sure if we'll get into Master 1, but we'll at least make it to Master. And now I've been here 7 hours, and we're gonna like D-rank back into Diamond 2. And now they can just do the whole, the Fiendsmith line underneath Droll. That's an odd way to get Fiendsmith, but not unheard of. Joe, your excitement is showing. I can barely contain it. Oh. Estiv has redeemed a honk. Critter, I'm gonna say something nice for Estiv here. Thank you, Critter. Silver Star also would like a honk, Critter. Festive. Critter, Void Faith would also like a honk, if you please. That's my monster. You're so rude. Traitor? Traitor. Might as well. Damn. They didn't fall for it, chat. Oh? They must have Ash. No? Well, there is a chance, chat. It's not a very great chance, but it is a chance. Just gonna go hard into Kali Yugi. You know it. You know you'll love Duo Dawn Kali Yuga. No more effects. Get out of here, Murakumo. Also, let's just go ahead and get rid of your prayers. I don't care if it costs me everything. Mach X. Well, it ain't much. We might have cut him off of the Mitsu half of the deck. Everything's in the graveyard. Engraver is under Caesar. Surely they have a second engraver. Yeah. We attach the second engraver. I mean, yeah, but that ain't getting us out of this. The effect to attach is Requiem's effect in the graveyard, not Engraver's effect on the field. Oh? We do this here. That way, if they have the, whatchamacallit, then all they can attach to it is Requiem, and I don't think that'll give them enough attack.
No, it'll still have enough. It'll only have... No, and then it'll get the other negate. It'll have 3 negates. No, they had to shuffle it back. They don't have anything to attach. Oh, and there's Mirror. Vanilla Desiree, yep. They can just wipe the field. They could have done that from the beginning. They didn't even need to do all the Themesmith stuff. Just attack. You already had... Oh, no, you needed... No, you already have 8,800. A promotion. Yeah, the slime, as decent as it is, has not been powerful enough. Yeah, the problem with Perulia is there's a lot of decks it does nothing against. I need something proactive, but it feels like there is nothing proactive against. Six ties. Yep, one for each stream. We got the light and dark, we got the red and blue, and then we've got the two shades of blue. The dots and the stripes. Okay. Alright, so despite my hopes and dreams that we'd be able to easily get into Master and tonight would just be wondering how far. Big loud truck, of course. Even though it's midnight. Talents, maybe? Yeah, you know what? Good going first or going second. Let's try that. Try something new. Alrighty, so despite me hoping that I would be able to come in today and easily make it into Master 5 and it would just be a matter of how far into Master we got, we are currently at the 7-hour mark and I am still hard stuck at Diamond 1. And, you know, I've made a couple misplays, but most of the duels it's felt like there was nothing I could do to win. We just feel outclassed a lot of the time. It's really unfortunate. I still think this is the best-ish version. I think we maybe some other hand traps or board breakers. That's the one thing. So we take out 3 of the swirl slime. Okay. I still think this is the best version of the deck, or at least close to it. As much as I like the swirl slime, it hasn't been working out for us. So I decided to take that out while keeping all the other extenders. And we just put in 3 copies of Triple Tactics Talent. This is more of like a board breaker card. If we're going first and we get hand trapped, we can draw 2, and we have so many extenders that maybe we can push through. Alternatively, if we do end up going second, this will help us break boards because we can steal something that they have. At least that's the hope. Trying something else to see what sticks. This is version 2.5. Let's give it one more shot before the end of the night. Yep, and I think we're one more loss and we lose a rank. I don't want to lose a rank. We do that, we will be back to where we started at the beginning of this stream. 8 hours with no progress. And I've opened 0 hand traps or board breakers. Oh, it's really gonna depend on them not doing much, and I think that's a pretty big ask. I guess we'll see, though. I guess we'll see. As Amina. This is one of those decks that, like, if you allow it to go off and you don't interrupt it, it can do cold fusion, and I guess we're about to do that. Yeah, but unfortunately we got one of the few cards that isn't an extender, that also isn't something that, like, you can remove in the other ones. Like, every version of the deck plays the Abyss Ragnarok. It's just something you need to do. Is that the girl that says I can't set cards? Because if they turn off my pendulums, I'm just dead. No, that ain't it. They can destroy all monsters I control. So they've got a negate, a board wipe, and a targeted pop. Chaos Angel? That's not the card they said. Oh, they said woes. Gotcha. Unaffected. We just gotta beat over it. We can do that. Yep, and that's Book of Moon. Yep, so we went second. We didn't get any of the big hand traps. And our opponent has a pop, a put a monster in the back row, a negate, and a gate. All of these are unaffected by monster effects, a Book of Moon, and a quick synchro. There's nothing we can do. I don't think, anyway. Pendulum scale. Pendulum scale. Are they out of time or something? Or are they just playing with their food? Yeah, I can't pendulum anything. But I could pendulum bat, I already pendulum summoned. Yeah. Yep. I don't know, maybe someone in the comments can tell me, like, did I do something wrong there? Maybe. I don't know, was that even worth showing? Like, it was obvious I was gonna lose as soon as I started. Once again, you know, every once in a while I get a comment from someone who's like, you blame your luck on, or you blame your losses on luck or like a bad matchup a lot, but maybe you're just not great at the game. And I'm open to that idea, you know, I'm not so confident as to think I play perfectly all the time. But I feel like I'm analyzing that pretty well, and I don't know where I went wrong. If I went wrong everywhere. Back down into Diamond 2 we go. Headphones broken? I'm hearing double. Is there double? Yeah, we'll just keep going. I'll try a little bit longer. Maybe we'll get on a win streak. How much longer do you plan? I'll go another 40 minutes. I'll give it a little try. They still got something else. It's just max C. Control? Okay, well now it can't be max C. Joke's on you, Crungulator! I already had the Mach-N X! It feels like this entire stream I've been unable to resolve full combo once.
because we always get hit by Droll or a Maxi or some number of things. Let's go you, yeah. Dominus Impulse. Alright. Real quick, what's the thing on Clovis again? The Dark Contract is on your field. Okay. Got him. Keep working to impress like 3 guys. The YouTube comments will drive me crazy. Well, it's not that I'm trying to impress them. It's that, you know, I don't want to fall into that trap of like thinking that you know everything just because you're really good at something. Like, yeah, I am good at something, but I'm not, like, the best at something. And I don't want to get lazy. So when someone's like, oh, you could be winning all these games, and the only reason you're not making it into Master is because you're bad at the game. Especially when I used to make it into Master a lot easier. It feels like, to me, that the power creep is ratcheted up, so that even if I pick a deck that's, like, 3 months out of date like DDD, it's not like possible. But you know, I don't want to get into the habit of like blaming everything on the world and not myself. DDD just got power corrupt. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because it did get a huge boost. Like, it's crazy that like they could give DDD not only a 1-card combo, but a bunch of ways to get to that 1-card combo. And it's like, sorry, the age of 1-card combos is over. Yep, we just tossed this out. Damn, Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith's not that tough to deal with. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
13, 14, 15. Ooh. Okay, so they didn't give me one draw and then immediately, whatchamacallit, and then immediately draw. Yeah, that's fine. We let them get to the link too, because not only is that, give us another draw, but then we hit them with the Dominus Impulse. A Druis. Ah, no, no, no. Also, was that fucking necro face and DD post? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. And they hit another one. And it's fucking Dragon Warriors. Or not Dragon Warriors, Thunder Dragons. Well, at least they're hitting the other hand traps that are like turned off because I Dominus Impulsed. Okay, so I've lost Orthos, I've lost Defense Soldier, I've lost 2 of my 3 Doom Queens. Yeah, I mean, that does suck. Oh, there's the last one. Doom Queens! Doom! I do still have... Yeah, okay. We can still do some things. Yeah, I think we do this. Ow. Fuck. Shit. God damn it. That's the wrong one! Well, now I can do this. Thanks for the free parking. I appreciate it. Yeah, now I can just search. Yay me. I like searching, I like finding cards. I do everything and I get to the yard. The problem is I have no way to get rid of this. Oh, actually I do, I think. No, it has to be 2 level 8 DDs. Fuck. I just gotta try to kill them. They must die. Okay. Just OTK, easy peasy. Yeah, and then we do the soldier. Yeah, and we'll just get rid of this. And go ahead and use it now. Oh, okay. Back to the pendulum you go. Oh, wait, I can't. No, I can't. Well, I can bring back anything. Yeah, we still bring back this. Yeah, we'll be doing Outer Wilds almost certainly on Thursday. Oh, okay. Gotcha. $96. Yeah, this should do it. Queen, you, and you. Who needs diffusion summon? Not me, not this man. Ah. Yeah, you ain't doing that.
just for insulting my family. Your post will be negated as you die. Easy clap. That was not easy. It was a tremendous effort. Ball. Yep. That grass sure does look greener. And just one. Multiples would be too bricky. So they were trying to get grass, of course. I went down to the Delta. See, you're not terrible. I mean, I'm not terrible with it. I've won more than I've lost. But I feel like I used to get, oh my God. Damn! So much for all extenders. Okay, good. I didn't want to play anyway. One card down. Yeah, it felt like I used to get into Master fairly consistently, and then the last year I haven't. I've been struggling to get into Master 5, much less Master 1. I thought with like the like individual ranks above Master that would stop everyone from like clumping up. But no, it's been more difficult. Yeah, I'm gonna stop that. I would prefer if you did not. All right. So we'll call it a draw then. Hello, Toltecs. Goodbye, Toltecs. Hello, Mississippi. Look at those mounds. You ever want to learn how to build a thing into a cliff? Shit, you guys. Huh. So they added back engage and decided not to activate engage. Sure.
With 0 spells in grave. Ah, okay. Linkage. 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 Sure. No. Well, that gets me out of it. I don't have an imperm in the deck. Normal summon. It has to be a pendulum. Why do I keep forgetting it has to be a pendulum? Yeah, I'm just... Even if I hadn't forgotten, I'd still be in the... I'd just be keeping everything in hand. Deck is like 80% starters by volume, and we drew none.
Hi, you're on.
I had the audacity to win the coin toss. Sure. Here we go, chat.
On a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat. It's sad. I'm sad. I miss you.
How did this happen?
A long time ago, actually never, and also now, nothing is nowhere. When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Nothing was never anywhere. That's why it's been everywhere. It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every it gets. Forget this. I want to be something, go somewhere, do something. I want things to change. I want to invent time and space. And I know it's possible because everything is here and it probably already happened. I just don't know when to start. And that's exactly where it started. Whoa, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of?
Quirks and stuff.
Ah, that's a thing. In a place. Don't like it? Try a new place. At a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. But it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about 1,000,000,000 degrees. Great news. The quarks are now happily married in groups of 3 called a proton or a neutron. And there's something else flying around too that wants to join in but can't because it's still too... Great news. The protons and neutrons are now happily married to each other. Some of them even doubled up. Great news. The electrons have now joined in. Congratulations. The world is now a bunch of gas in space. But it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. It's a star. New shit just got made. Some stars burn out and die. Bigger stars burn out and die with passion and make some brand new, way crazier shit.
Space dust.
Which allows newer, more interesting stars to be made and then die and explode into...
Even crazier space dust.
So now stars have cool stuff around them, like rocks, ice, and funny clouds, which can make some very interesting things. Like this ball of flaming rocks, for example. Holy shit, we just got hit with another ball of flaming rocks. And it kind of made a mess, which is... Weather update, it's raining rocks from outer space. Weather update, those rocks might have had water inside them and now there's hot steam in the sky. Weather update, cooler temperatures today and the floor is no longer lava. Weather update, it's raining. Severe flooding alert, the entire world is now an ocean. Volcano alert.
That's land.
There's life in the ocean. What?
Something's alive in the ocean.
Oh cool, like a plant or an animal? No, a microscopic speck. It lives at the bottom of the ocean and eats chemical soup, which is being served hot and fresh, made from gnarly space ingredients left over from when it was raining rocks or whatever. Oh yeah, and it can do that. It has secret instructions written inside itself telling it how to build another one of itself. So that's pretty nifty, I would say. Tired of living at the bottom of the ocean?
Now you can eat sunlight.
Using a revolutionary technique, you can convert sunlight into food.
Taste the sun.
Side effect, now there's oxygen everywhere and the sky's blue. Then the Earth might have been a snowball for a while, maybe even a couple of times. It's a sponge, it's a plant, it's a worm and some other types of weird strange water bugs and strange fish.
It's the Cambrian explosion.
Wow, that's animals and stuff. But we're still in the ocean. Hey, can we go on land? No. Why? The sun is a deadly laser. Oh, okay.
Not anymore, there's a blanket.
Now the animals can go on land. Come on, animals, let's go on land. Nope, can't walk yet. And there's no food yet, so I don't care. Okay, will you learn to walk if there's plants up here? Maybe, said some bugs. And fish. Okay, so I can go on land, but I have to go back in the water to have
Babies.
Learn to use an egg.
I was already doing that.
Use a stronger egg. Put water in it. Have a baby on land in an egg. Water is in the egg. Baby in the egg, in the water, in the egg. Works for me.
Bye-bye, ocean.
And now everything's huge, including bugs. Want to see a map of the land? Sure. Oh fuck, now everything's dead. Just kidding, here are the survivors. Keep your eye on this one because it's about to become the dinosaurs. Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart, don't worry about it, it does that all the time. Here comes a meteor.
And the dinosaurs are gone.
It's mammal time, here come the mammals. Look at those breasts. Now they're gonna dominate the world and one of them just learned how to grab stuff. And walk. No, like, walk like that. And grab stuff at the same time. And bang rocks together to make pointed rocks. Ouch. And set things on fire. Youch. And make crazy sounds with their voice. Knirsch, which can mean different things.
That's a human person.
And now they're everywhere. Almost.
Ice Age.
What? You can walk over here? Cool.
Not anymore.
Well, I guess we're stuck here now. Let's review. There's people on the planet. And they're chasing their food. Fuck it, time to plant some grass. Look at this. I control the food now. Now everyone will want to be my friend and live near me. Let's all build houses, except mine is bigger because I own the food. This is great. I wonder if anyone else is doing this. Tired of using rocks for everything? Use metal. It's underground. Better farming was just invented in a sweet dank valley right in between these two rivers, and the animals are helping.
Guess what happens next?
More food, and more people who came to buy the food. Now you need people to help make the food and keep track of the sales. And now you need houses for people to live in and people to make the houses. And now there's more people and they invent things, which makes things better. And more people come and there's more farming and more people to make more things for more people. And now there's business, money, writing, laws, power.
Joel would have been nice if not for Shifter.
Coming
And
soon
like,
to
if
a
they've
dank
got the
river
full
valley near
combo
you.
and I
Meanwhile, out
can't
in the middle of
send
nowhere, the horse is
Necro Slime to
probably
the
being tamed. Why is all
graveyard,
my
then
metal
I
so
just
lame and lumpy?
lose.
Tired of using lame, sad metal? Introducing
Bronze.
made with special ingredient tin from the far lands of Tinland. I don't know, my dealer won't tell me where he gets it. Also, guess what?
Egypt.
Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, they figured out how to put wheels on a horse. Now we're getting somewhere. Also,
China.
and did I mention?
Indus River Valley civilization. Norte Chico.
The Middle East is getting more complicated. Maybe because
Probably
it's in the
because
middle
it's
of
in
the
the middle of
East.
the East.
Knock knock, or clop clop. It's the people with the horses and they made an empire, and then everyone else copied their horses. Greeks! Ah, look, it must be the Greeks, or a beta version of the Greeks. Let's check in with the Indus River Valley civilization. They're gone. Guess who's not gone? China.
New arrivals in India. Maybe it's those horse people I was talking about, or their cousins or something. And they wrote some hymns and mantras and stuff.
You could make a religion out of this. There's the Bronze Age collapse.
Now the Phoenicians can get down to business.
Also, can we switch to a metal that's a little easier to find? Thanks. Look who came back to Israel. It's the 12 tribes of Israel.
And they believe in God.
Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step program. Here's some huge heads. Must be the Olmecs. The Phoenicians make some colonies. The Greeks copy their idea and make some colonies. The Phoenicians made a colony so big it makes colonies. Here comes the Assyrian Empire. Never mind, it's the Babylonian Median.
It's the Persian Empire.
Wow, that's big. Ah, the Buddha was just enlightened. Who's the Buddha? This guy who sat under a tree for so long that he figured out how to ignore the fact that we're all dying. You can make a religion out of this. Oops, China just broke, but while it was breaking, Confucius was figuring out how to have good morals. Ah, the Greeks just had the idea of thinking about stuff. And right over here, Alexander just had the idea of conquering the entire Persian Empire. It's a great idea. He was great. And now he's dead. Hopefully the rest of the gang will be able to share the empire evenly between them. Knock knock, it's Chandragupta. He says, get the hell out of here. Will you get the hell out of here if I give you 500 elephants? Okay, thanks, bye.
Time to conquer all of India. Or most of India.
But what about this part? That's the Tamil Kings. No one conquers the Tamil Kings. Who are the Tamil Kings?
Merchants probably.
And
they've got spices.
Who would like to buy the spices? Me, said the Arabians, swiftly buying it and selling it to the rest of the world. Hey, China put itself back together again, with good morals as their main philosophy. Actually, they have 3 main philosophies. Out here, the horse nomads run wild and free, and they would like to ransack your city. Let's check the Greekification levels of the Greekified kingdoms. Greekification overload. Bye, said the Parthians. Bye, said the Jews. Hi, said the Parthians, taking over the entire place. Hey, said the Romans, eating the entire Mediterranean for breakfast. Thanks for invading our homeland, said the Jews, who were starting to get tired of people invading their homeland. Hi, everything's great, said some guy who seems to be getting very popular and is then arrested and killed for being too popular, which only makes him more popular. You can make a religion out of this. Want silk? Now you can buy it from China. They just made a
Brand new road to the world.
Or you can
Get their own water.
Sick, new trade routes, said India, accidentally spreading their religion to the entire southeast. That's a good place for an epic trading kingdom. There goes Buddhism traveling up the Silk Road. I wonder if it'll reach China before it collapses again. Remember the Persian Empire? Yep, said the Persians, making a new one. Axum is getting so powerful they would like to build a long stick. Has anyone populated Madagascar yet? Let's do it together.
China's whole again.
then
It broke again.
Still can't cross the Sahara Desert? Try camels,
Hell yeah, now we got business.
said the Ghana Empire, selling lots of gold and slaves. Hi, I live in the Roman Empire, and I was wondering...
Is loving Jesus legal yet?
No. Actually,
Oh,
okay,
hello,
sure, said
LDS.
Constantine, moving the capital way over here to be closer to his main rival.
we're
Don't worry
learning about the
Rome, it
history of the
won't fall.
world.
It's the golden age.
We are not doing well.
There's the
It's
Gupta
been a
Empire,
long
not
night.
Chandragupta, just Gupta. First name Chandra. The first. Guess who's in Rome?
Barbarians.
What's a barbarian? Non-Romans, said the Romans, being invaded by non-Romans. R.I.P. Roman Empire. Or actually just half of it. The other half is just fine. But it's not in Rome anymore, so let's give it a new name.
The Mayans have figured out the stars.
Oh, and here's a huge city. Population everyone. The Gok Turks have taken over the entire Eurasian steppe. Great
Good
job,
job,
Gok Turks.
Gok Turks.
How's India? Broken. How's China?
Back together.
How's those trading kingdoms?
Bigger and there's more of them.
Korea has 3 kingdoms. Japan has a kingdom. It's the Sunrise Kingdom. Deep in the Arabian desert, on the top of a mountain, the real God whispers in Muhammad's ear. So he goes down to the cube where everyone worships gods, and he tells them their gods are all fake. And everyone got so mad at him that he had to leave town and go to a different town. You can make a religion out of this, and maybe conquer the world as well. The Roman Empire is long gone, but somehow the Pope is still the Pope. Plus there's...
New kingdoms all over Europe.
I wonder if there's room for Moors. Here's all the wisdom. In a house. It's the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Just in time for the
Islamic golden age.
Let's bring stuff to the coast.
I was wondering
and sell
what they
it.
had. It
Become
was
the
a Zuna
Swahili
the
on
whole
Swahili
time.
coast, said the Swahili on the Swahili coast. Remember this tiny space you have to go through to get from here to there? Someone owns that now. Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere? The Franks have the biggest kingdom in Europe, and the Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman emperor, said the Pope, pretending to still be part of the Roman Empire. Then the Franks broke their kingdom into what will later be called France and not France. The Northerners, or just Norse if you don't have much time, are exploring. They go north, from the north to the northern north, and they find some land, 2 types of land, and they name them accordingly.
Frank.
They also invade some other places and get called many names, such as Vikings. There's the Rus, the Kievan Rus. Are they Vikings? I don't think so, said the Kievan Rus. Okay, fair enough. The Pope is ready to make some more emperors of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. It's actually Germany, but don't worry about it. New kingdoms.
Christianize all the kingdoms.
Which brand would you like? Mine's better. Mine's better. Mine's better. Time to conquer
Oh,
England,
thanks.
said William.
I was
It's a
gonna do
birth.
that
Play.
anyway.
It's the Seljuk Turks.
Said the Byzantine Empire, who's getting so small and almost doesn't exist anymore. We need help. They need help, so they call the Pope. Hey, Pope, can you help us get rid of the Seljuks? Maybe take back the Holy Land on the way? Come on, I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Yes, I do actually want to do that. Let's do a crusade.
Crusade.
They did many crusades, some of which almost didn't fail, but at least the Italians got some sweet trade deals. Goodbye, Mayans.
Hello, Toltecs.
Goodbye, Toltecs.
Hello, Mississippi.
Look at those mounds. There's the Pueblo. I always wondered how to build a town in a cliff. Guess who's here? Come here. Where? Here. And Pagan is there. Vietnam unconquered itself, Korea just became itself, and Japan is so addicted to art that the military might have to take over the government. China just invented bombs and typing. And the Mongols just invaded most of the universe. Nice going, Genghis. I bet that will last a long time. Some of the Islamic Turks were unaffected by the Mongol invasions because they were busy invading India. Is it Tonga time? I think it's Tonga time. I just found out where the Swahili gets all their gold. Look at this Chad. Means lake. There's an empire there. Right in the middle of it. The king of Mali is so rich he's going on tour to let everyone know. Wow, that guy's rich, everyone said. The Christians are doing a great job reconquering Iberia, which will soon be called Spain and not Spain. Please remain Christian. We will check in later to see if you're still Christian when you least expect. Whoops, half of Europe just died. China's back, yay! Hey, come here, time to share. New kingdoms here and there. Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majahapit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit. Oh, Italy's really rich. Time for them to care a lot about art and the ancient classics. It's kind of like a rebirth. Here's a printer. Let's make books. So you think you can conquer the Byzantine Empire? Yep, said the Ottoman Turks. Nice job, Ottoman Turks. Whoops, you missed a spot. Don't forget to ban Europe from the Indian spice trade. What? That's bullshit, said Portugal. Spiceless.
Well, I guess we'll have to find another way to India.
Wait, said Christopher Columbus, probably smoking crack. If the world is round, let's go this way to India. No, don't worry, we already got this, said Portugal. So Chris goes to Spain. Hey, Spain, want to hire me to find India by going around back of the world? No, please, no, please, no, please. Okay. So he sails into the ocean and discovers more ocean. And then discovers the Indies and Japan. Let's draw a line to decide who gets which half of the world. The Aztec and Inca empires are off to a great start. I wonder if they know that Europe just discovered their continent. The Habsburgs are marrying into so many royal families they might have to start marrying each other. Move over, Lithuania. Here comes Moscow. Ivan wants to make Russia great again. Move over, Timurids. Maybe go invade India or something. Persia just made Persia Persian again. Let's make it the other kind of Islam. The one where we thought the first guy should have been the other guy. Hey Christians, do you sin? Now you can buy your way out of hell. That's bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. That's a scam. Fuck the church. Here's 95 reasons why, said Martin Luther in his new book, which might have accidentally started the Protestant Reformation. You know what would be magnificent, said Suleiman wearing an onion hat? What if the Ottoman Empire was really big, which it is now? What if Russia was big, said Ivan, trying not to be terrible. Portugal had a dream that they controlled the entire Indian Ocean, including the spice trade. And then that dream was real. And Spain realized that this is not India, but they pillaged it anyway. Damn, said England and France. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Then the Dutch revolt and all the hipsters moved to Amsterdam. Damn, said Amsterdam. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Question 1, can you get to India through North America? No, but at least there's beaver. Question 2, steal the spice trade. That's not a question, but the Dutch did it anyway. Guess where all the sugar's made? In Brazil. Stolen. In the Caribbean. And it's so goddamn profitable you might forget to not do slavery. The next thing on Russia's to-do list is to get bigger. Britain and France are having a friendly discussion about who should control the entire world, more specifically Ohio. Then it escalates into a 7-year discussion, giving Prussia a chance to show Austria who's boss. But what about Britain and France? Did they figure out who's boss? Yes, they did. It's Britain. Guess who's broke? Also Britain. So they start taxing the hell out of America. Fuck you, says America, declaring their independence and fighting for it. And France helps them win. Now France is broke. And Britain will have to send their prisoners to a different continent. Wait, if France is broke, why do the king and queen still wear such fancy dresses? Let's overthrow the palace and cut all their heads off, said Robespierre, cutting everybody's head off until someone eventually got mad and cut his head off. You could make a No, don't. Haiti is starting to like the idea of a revolution, especially the slaves, who free themselves by killing their masters. Why didn't we think of this before? Wait, who's in charge of France now? Said Napoleon, trying to take over Europe. Luckily, they banished him to an island.
But he came back.
Luckily, they banished him to another island. There goes Latin America, becoming independent in the Latin American Wars of Independence. Britain just figured out how to turn steam into power, so now they can make
Many different types of machines and factories with machines in them, so they can make a lot of products real fast.
Then they invent some trains, and conquer India, and maybe put some trains there. Hey, China, said Britain, buy stuff from us. Nah, dude, we already got everything, says China. So Britain tried to get them addicted to opium, which worked, actually. But then China made it illegal and dumped it all into the sea. So Britain threw a hissy fit and made them open up 5 cities and give them an island. Britain and Russia are playing a game where they try to stop each other from conquering Afghanistan. Also, the
Sultan of Oman lives in Zanzibar now.
That's just where he lives. India just had a revolution, and they would like to govern themselves now.
Is this the origin of the line? Yeah.
Harder than before.
Technology is about to go crazy.
The United States finally figured out whether slavery is good or bad. It's bad, they decided. And then they continued manifesting their destiny, which is to kill the rest of the natives and take their land and maybe kick out the Mexicans too. I know, let's rape Africa, said Europe, scrambling to see who could rape it the fastest. They never got Ethiopia. Britain and France are still hungry. They never got Thailand. The United States ran out of destiny to manifest, so they're looking for more.
Hawaii, Cuba.
Wait, Spain controls Cuba.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
blame
just
something
thought
on them
that.
and go to war. What should we blame on Spain? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So they blame the Maine on Spain. Now we're in business. To celebrate, they kick Panama out of Panama and make a canal, connecting the two oceans. Britain just found oil in the Middle East. It makes cars go. China is so tired of being bossed around that they delete their old government and make a new, stronger government, which is accidentally weaker and controlled by a guy from the previous government. Europe hasn't had a war since the last war, so they start World War I. Look at those guns. It's gonna be a great war. So great we won't need a second one. After it's over, they blame Germany. Russia went on strike and the workers overthrew the government. Now everyone's paycheck is the same.
Communism.
In the Soviet Union.
The Arabs revolt and Britain helps. Now the Ottoman Empire's gone, so we can give the Jewish
People a place to live.
Hopefully the Arabs won't mind. Let's cut the cake, said Sykes and Picot, carving up the remains of the not-so-Ottoman anymore empire.
Except Turkey. Turkey makes a brand new turkey.
And then the Saudis conquer Arabia. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Hello? Yes, it's the 1920s calling. Let's get in the car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. The economy's great and it'll probably be great forever. Just kidding. Germany's back featuring Hitler, the angry mustache model, and he's mad at the Jews for existing. Japan is finally conquering the East, and they're so excited they rape Nanking way too hard. They should probably just deny it. Hitler's out of control, so the international community tackles him and tries to explain why killing all the Jews is a bad idea, but he kills himself before they could explain it to him.
That's World War II.
Bonus round, Pacific Showdown. United States versus Japan. Fight! Finish him. Let's unite all the nations and have some
World peace.
Seems legit. Hi, I'm Gandhi, and if Britain doesn't get the hell out of India, I'm going to starve myself in public. Wow, that worked. Bonus, now there's Pakistan. Actually, two Pakistans. One of them could be Bangladesh later. The Jews and the Arabs finally figured out which one of them should live in the Holy Land. Me, they both said at the same time. Let's divide up the land so everyone's happy.
Sight, they both get angrier.
Look out, China. There's a new China in China. What's on the menu? Communism. No thanks, said the other China, escaping to an island. I wonder which one is the real China. There's the Korean War, Korea versus Korea. Nobody wins, then it's on pause forever. Let's meet the sponsors. Oh, it's the two global superpowers. They're having a friendly debate over which economic system is good and which one is an evil virus of Satan. And they both have atom bombs. Fight! Wait, no, that would be the end of the world. Let's just keep it cool and spy on each other instead. And make sure we have enough atom bombs. I'll race you to space. Now let's make some more countries fight themselves. Europe is tired of pillaging other continents, and the continents they were pillaging are tired of being pillaged. So here's a new map with new countries. Now you can't tell who they're being pillaged by. The United States finally decided whether racism is good or bad. They decided it's bad, and the world agrees. South Africa might need another minute to think about it. Let's check the world population. Whoa. Okay. Technology's better too, that might keep happening. The Soviet Union decides to relax a little and accidentally falls apart. Europe makes a union, so now they can all use the same money, except Britain because they don't feel like it. Let's check the mail. Surprise, it's on the computer. Whoops, someone just attacked America. I bet they'll remember that. Phone call. Surprise, it's in your pocket. Want to learn everything? Surprise, it's on the computer. Now your phone's a computer, which is in your pocket. Whoops, the economy just crashed. Don't worry, the big banks won't fail because they're not supposed to. Surprise, flying robots. With bombs. Want to print a brain? Some people have no friends. Some people have no food. The globe is warming.
And the ocean is full of plastic.
Let's save the planet, said everybody, not knowing how. Let's invent a thing inventor, said the thing inventor after being invented by a thing inventor. That's pretty cool. By the way, where the hell are we?
Thanks for watching history. Did you enjoy it, chat? Did you get all the history you could have ever wanted? Did you learn the origin of many a Joe catchphrase? Nice going, Genghis. I'm sure that'll last a long time. But he came back. I like the part with the war. That happened a lot. Not as much as you thought. It was a lot more like building stuff. Normal salmon. I would like to eat your goblin, please. War never changes. Yeah, and this time we're going up against Lord Freezer!
You Saiyans can never defeat me! There's my cue! Slurp. Oh! Frieza! It can't be possible! The Ginyu Force? That can't possibly be it! Kakarot! War? What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah? I mean, this current war hasn't really accomplished a whole lot. I don't feel particularly safer. It's fine. What are the chances they can beat over a 3,000 defense wall? What did we fold to? Ash Valor. It made rich people slightly richer. I don't think it did. I feel like it hasn't had a really good effect. Well, no, I guess they're people like literal oil barons. They're like, well, because no oil's getting out, the price of oil is going through the roof. The weapon manufacturers are getting a good deal. No, they didn't let them in on it this time. Remember when Fluwanderese got 3 normal summons? And that was such a strong thing that, like, it had to be something you immediately chained, and you couldn't special summon, you were locked into just normal summoning. And now Cool Toon just casually gets, like, 3 cards that do other stuff and also just give you extra normal summons. I always just surrender if it's Toon. I don't bother with obviously broken decks. The thing is, eventually they'll be hit, and I do need to learn how the matchup works. We still have map at 1. Didn't the US threaten to bomb Iran yesterday? Yeah, I think yesterday was like the end of the ceasefire. Well... Oh yeah, I forgot JJ just turns any tuner into anything else. And they can just get back to back from here, right? Add it. I thought I let him special summon. Add to your hand or special summon. Oh, they wanted to normal summon it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there, guys. I don't think we're getting back into Diamond 1 even. Let me just... outro notes. And unfortunately, Legos, that's where I'm gonna have to call things. I continued dueling for another hour after that, but I never got close to ranking up into Diamond 1. Too many full power, cool tunes, and even with them aside, K9 VS is... K9 Vanquish Soul is incredibly powerful. Sadly, while they did upgrade DDD to give it a bunch of one-card combos and open it up to play hand traps, most modern decks can do that and have a ton of extension or plays on turn 0. Despite DDD getting more powerful than the last time I played it. Okay, despite DDD getting significantly more powerful than the last time I played it, the meta has just completely swept past it. Maybe if I spent another few months really learning everything about the deck so that I played it perfectly. Another few months really learning everything about the deck so that I played it perfectly. I'd be able to get into Master, but it just wasn't happening this time. Still, despite that, I did enjoy playing this deck. It's more fun than Speedroid or Man with the Mark. I quite enjoy the big combos, especially with the all extenders version of the deck. It's just this meta that makes it frustrating. Speedroid will have a circular. It was really enjoyable, yeah. I mean, it was a little crazy at the end there, but yeah. And it's one of those things I've been looking at how many duels I usually get in a standard episode. Like the last couple episodes, I've barely gotten over 100, and this time we're ending on like what's the exact number here? 77 plus 65, 142. So you can't accuse me of being, like, lazy or not playing it a lot. I played over the weekend quite a bit. I stayed extra a lot of times. It's just, I just couldn't get it. It's really unfortunate. At least I can finally take these off. Ugh. And yeah, normally afterwards, if you're new here, I'll do some variety, but because we stayed extra, normally I stream for 6 hours total. We do 4 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then another 2 of variety. And today we just did 8 hours of full Yu-Gi-Oh! So we won't be doing it, but next time on Thursday, the plan is to play the Duel Triangle. So we'll have a chance to do something silly. I've got a ninja deck. I think I played like one duel just to test it out. So we got ninjas, and we got a couple other backup decks as well. My friend Drew said he might be interested in coming down. You might know him as Bootleg. The other Hardleg. So he might be coming down here and hanging out and just like chilling while we play. And if so, we can, we'll just have more fun. We'll be able to shoot the shit, talk about whatever. Hardleg and Bootleg, yeah. Das Boot. So there's that to look forward to. Even if he doesn't come, what was it? If he comes down, then we'll probably do that, and then I'll see if I can get him to stick around for a few Outer Wilds. We'll definitely be playing that next time. If he doesn't come down here, then I've got a Patreon request for a Let's Learn on Regenesis. Should I get Master Duel on my phone? I still think Master Duel is fun to play. Especially if you're in the lower ranks, if you're just doing casually, or if you play it with friends. The big question there is the on your phone, because it's like, I feel like duels take longer than it usually takes to take a shit. And I don't know, granted, I'm weird in this, both because I'm older, like I didn't have a phone as a teenager, I didn't get it until I was like in my late 20s. So I'm not used to having a bunch of apps on my phone, but also like I've made a purposeful choice to not have apps on my phone because I don't want to be like always connected to the internet, right? Like I don't download any game, like I have one game on my phone that came with my phone, and that's what I play if I'm really, really bored. But I've made it a thing to like, don't put a bunch of games on your phone. Don't put like Twitter or Facebook or any social media on your phone. For the longest time, I didn't have Discord on my phone. The only reason I added it was because for a while I had a long distance girlfriend and we mostly talked over Discord. And so it was easier for her to get a hold of me through that. Especially like if I traveled to visit her, it was out of range of my cell phone network sometimes. So like, or was it that? I forget. There was something where like I couldn't get text, but I could get Discord messages. For whatever reason. So yeah, I would personally be like, don't get it on your phone. I don't have it on your phone. But that's because I don't play games on your phone. If you do, you're probably fine. There is one more thing I want to mention before I go though, chat. And it's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Related. It's related to another card game. See if I can find it. Small. Have y'all heard of EDH Play? Alestrals? It's not Alestrals. It's Magic the Gathering. Someone showed this to me. A patron did when I was talking about Magic the Gathering. Because I was thinking, like, what might be fun on the next Patreon hangout. Oh, this is old? It's not old. This is like 2 months. This was made 2 months ago. A real Magic the Gathering sim, yeah. There are Magic the Gathering sims. There's one called Cockatrice, or Cockatrice, which is whatchamacallit. It's kind of like YGO Pro. In fact, I think the original YGO Pro was based off like a skeleton of Cockatrice. But that's a little janky. It's a little tricky to like download. But I was thinking like, oh, let's try that. And someone else is like, well, they just came out with this EDH Play thing. Some other team did. MTG already has Arena. It does, but Arena costs money. Or it doesn't cost money, but you have to, like, it's a gacha game. You've got to open packs and stuff. EDH Play is, it's essentially Dueling Book. Let me see if I can watch the video on there.
Hello everybody, I'm Andres, I'm one of the developers of edhplay.com, and today I would like to show you how to use the platform. So what?
Yeah, you could tell it's just a couple guys who put this together.
As you log in the site, you will land in the lobby. Here you can join public rooms, also you can create your own. But before that, let's create a new deck. Gonna call it test. Of course, we are missing 100 cards and we are missing the commander, so let's add new cards.
Yeah, so you just type in the cards and whatever you get. Or there he talks about there's a thing where you can choose the art, the printing. You can also import a deck if you've made one in like Moxfield or EDH Rec, or there's a whole bunch of like websites for Magic where you can make decks on it. What do I use? Is it Moxfield? Got it open in another tab. Yeah, I use Moxfield. Moxfield will let you export it, and then you can just put it in here. So all the cards are free, any printing, whatever you want. This is all browser-based, like Dueling Book. You don't have to download anything. You do have to sign in with Google, so you need like a Gmail account, and you have to give the count to them, which I've seen some people be like, I ain't doing that. I have one that I use for work, like a Hardleg gaming one. Yeah, similar to Untapped, although I've heard Untapped lags really badly. I'm also not sure if in Untapped can you play can you play Commander? Untapped is kind of awful. But yeah, you can see they've got both players' fields. And if you don't know, Commander, the reason why I think this might be better for Patreon Hangout, even though it's a different game, one, Commander's a lot more casual in general. It's much more casual friendly, especially because they have a system where you can be like, let's play bracket 2 decks. And then they have clearly defined things for what makes a deck bracket 2. And bracket 2 is like fairly casual, fairly simple. What tier are you going to play? Probably 2 or 3. 3 at the highest, at least for now. Maybe if my fans get more into it, we can try that. But not only is it more casual, but also it's designed to be played by 4 people simultaneously. It's a 4-person free-for-all. And you can play on EDH Play, they say up to 6 players. So instead of doing the thing we normally do where we play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I bring the patrons in one at a time and we do one duel over and over again. And it's just one-on-one and then you have to leave, and then one-on-one and then you have to leave. This way I can duel with three people at once. Potentially 5 people at once. Commander is good for people looking to get into MTG, yeah. More than 4 players is ass if you don't use kingdom rules. What are kingdom rules? Don't play with more than 4 players if you want it to be over sooner than 2 hours. Sounds better, but do they want to play MTG? I know there's some. I think the reason I'm doing this, right? Before, when I used to do the Hangouts, it used to be entirely,
I would put up a poll and whatever the people decided. But I found out that people kind of just enjoy when I come in with something planned and be like, today we're going to try this. So I'm telling you now, I think on the next Patreon hangout, we're going to be trying EDH Play. That is, I think, 2 weeks from now. It's Saturday, May 2nd. So the first Saturday in May. So not this coming Saturday, but the next one after that. You have about a week and a half. If you would like to participate, go on Moxfield. It's free. Make an account there. Make a deck. If you would like to get some help with making a deck, there are tons of people in the Discord who will help you. There's tons of information online about, like, if you just type in fact, how to make a commander deck. And the first thing you'll get is Tolarian Community College, who is, like, the #1 person. 1.3 million views, and he'll give you a lot of general tips and everything.
Many magic.
Good old professor, yeah. So you can get the basics there. You can ask people. There's also the bracket system. All commander decks are broken into 5 brackets. Pardon me. Magic the Gathering themselves, or Wizards of the Coast, they release like pre-constructed commander decks. And unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, these are not like you buy 3 of them and then you put the best ones together. Like, they're just a constructed deck. Mostly because if you don't know about Commander, it's a 100-card deck and everything's a one-of. So they couldn't give you multiples if they wanted to. They're good right out of the box. And they say they shoot for Tier 2. Tier 2 is like, you have a solid, consistent deck with a win condition, and it gets to that win condition eventually. Tier 3 is basically like, if you want to take a pre-constructed deck, take out some of the weaker cards and put in some older, stronger cards to, like, bump it up, add in some really good staples, then you've got a Tier 3 deck. Does something similar. How much politicking are you going to want, by the way? I guess we'll see. I mean, I plan to bring my car deck. So I'm going to be playing like a goofy thing. Still Rule 0. I don't know what Rule 0 is. But yeah, so I'm bringing this up just to be like, if you're on the Patreon, we're going to be trying this out. If you just want to watch, I think because of the way, well, yeah, if you just want to watch, we will be streaming it. So you can just check it out, see if it's something you're interested in. If you want to participate, consider building a deck. Consider checking out this website. It's just called EDH Play. Talk about what you're not okay with. For example, extra turn cards. Yeah. I think the, here, 1 second. Again, at least, granted, I'm not the most familiar with this game. I've kind of been new to it. But the commander bracket system seems to have a pretty good thing on it. It's cropping some of it out, but... yeah, Tier 3. Yeah, you can still read that. Players expect the decks to be powered up with strong synergies. They can be effective, or they can effectively disrupt. Win conditions that can be played from the hand in 1 turn, usually because they're steadily accrued resources. So you have a win condition, you can win in 1 turn, you don't necessarily have to attack every turn or whatever, but it probably won't be something you activate on turn 1. It'll be like on turn 8, you'll have all these resources and then you'll throw them all at once. Gameplay will feature proactive plays, at least 6 turns before anyone wins or loses. The big things, here's like the hard rules. They have a list of like 100 cards that they call game changers. If you build your deck on Mox Field, it'll denote with like a little crown if something is a game changer. Game changers are just really, really powerful staples. There's like 100 of them, and to be in tier 3, you can't play more than 3 of those. You can have up to 3 game changers. Not all game changers are equal, no. You can have a really good deck that doesn't play any of them. But they're like, don't play more than 3 game changers. No mass land denial. There's a couple like spells that will remove like 1 land, but in general, one of the meanest things you can do in Commander is something that like blows up a whole bunch of lands, or something that stops people from tapping their lands or setting lands, because without lands you can't do anything. Mass land denial is the closest thing that Magic the Gathering has to like flipping up Macrocosmos and activating Skill Drain. If you do that, most people's decks just will not work. No chaining extra turns. There are a couple cards in Magic that'll be like, take another turn. And there's a couple cards in Magic that are like, if you activate a spell, activate it again. In fact, activate it again for every time a monster has died on your field. And so they'll kill like 10 monsters and then activate that, and then they'll take 10 turns in a row and you just lose. They're like, don't do that. You can play a card as like a boss monster that gives you an extra turn as like, this is how I finish you off. But don't chain together mass turns. It can swing tempo hard into your favor, yeah. And then they say no 2-card combos before turn 6. No game enders, lockouts. There's a lot of ways in Magic to go infinite. If you want to build your deck around going infinite, you can. It's not really difficult, but you do kind of have to like sit down and come up with like cards that search in Magic are kind of rare. And a lot of the cards that search anything are game changers. So getting a 2-card combo consistently is not something that'll just accidentally happen. Like I have a life gain deck that's white. And I have a combo that'll get me like infinite life. But in order to get that, I have to draw 2 cards out of my 100-card deck. It's not impossible. So it's like still allowed here. And I would need a bunch of mana to do it. But I could do it. Tutors are mostly, yeah. Well, it depends what it is. But yeah, so basically it's like, don't go infinite, don't have like an infinite combo that's easy to search. Don't chain together extra turns. Don't destroy a bunch of lands. Only 3 game changers. At least from my experience, I have built like 6 decks now. And I have never run into any cards that did those bottom 3 things. Like, it hasn't even been like, oh, I accidentally built it. Like, no, I had to go out of my way to find that shit. And the game changers thing is just really easy to look and be like, oh, I've got 4 cards with a crown. Cut one of those out. The red player is always the thread. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're going to be going for. People just want to be social, man, yeah. And then core is basically the same thing. Like the difference between 2 and 3 is really kind of hard to do. The only big difference here, right, is that 2 is no game changers at all. They're just game changers are banned, and no 2-card combos at all. Doesn't matter how inconsistent they are, just don't have any 2-card combos that go infinite in your deck. That one I feel like is almost a little harder to build, because sometimes I've added a 2-card combo and wasn't aware of it. You should be able to play game changers in your bracket 2 deck if it's hot ass. Yeah. I mean, one of the things they say, right, is that once you get to know Magic, you and your friends can kind of agree, like, yeah, if you're playing something that's really old and really ass, you can throw some game changers in there. But, like, you'll be able to know whether or not you're breaking the curve. It's in general, one rule I heard is, like, playing Commander is like playing D&D. The point is to, like, tell a good story. The point is to have, like, an interesting back and forth where something happens. If you go in just, like, trying to win, you're not really going to have, like, a good time. Like, obviously it would be cool if you did win, but it would be just as interesting to be like, I can't make it out, and then you turn to the two friends and you're like, Jimmy, I'm giving you everything I got. Make sure my legacy is remembered. It's politics, the card game. Again, I think of it storytelling. That's why I like the Carmander. I like the idea of being in a wizard duel and I summon a 2005 Ford Fiesta. And then I staple the, or duct tape Excalibur to the hood. And then there's Exhibition. The deck is to prioritize a goal, theme, or idea over power. This is just, you're making goofy shit. Exceptions can be made for highly thematic cards. Yeah, this is like, I'm building like a werewolf deck. It's all werewolves. I'm not playing any card that isn't a werewolf. The roleplay deck category, yeah. I want to try to build one of those eventually. But yeah, so consider checking that out if you're interested. Here is the link. For now, I am going to get going. Thank you for coming down. I hope you had a lovely evening. Who do we raid tonight? Who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh?